Well, hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, everyone. Tonight we are covering the mysterious disappearance of the Nancy Guthrie case from Pima County, Arizona. What's up with the timeline? Are we really looking at the correct thing? What are we not being told? Plus, Sheriff Nanos goes on a field trip. And then the sheriff says he wants less coverage and glad that the media is gone in the Nancy Guthrie case. Reportedly, Nancy Guthrie's friend speaks out, Mary Ann Blevins, and it's shocking what she has to say. Statistics are important, and Nancy Guthrie's case fits none of them. Is this case one of the statistics are not in favor of, or did something else happen? We're going to take a deep look into more of that, and I promise you it will shock you. Sheriff Nanos said something in the beginning of the Nancy Guthrie case and then does the complete opposite. What made him change on the family? Did he discover no family was involved, or was it pressure or something else? Also, we're going to dive much deeper into going back into the timeline. Pima County put out something strange and then changes it. Was it loose reporting, or are we not being told everything? Pima County says no sign of assault in the home. Did something happen quickly to Nancy, or what does it mean? We're going to take a deeper dive into all of this and a lot more on the other side of this.
I've walked through storms in scars and grace, smile through pain with a painted face. They call me too loud, too much, too strong, but honey, that's the reason I belong. Every scar's a scripture, every tear's a hymn. I found my worth where the light grew dim. They tried to break me, but here's a twist. I turned my pain into a clenched fist. I'm an unbreakable woman, born of fire and pearl. I shine like grace in a reckless world. You can test my faith, you can shake my plan, but I'll rise again. Just watch me judged by the gloss, not the cause. But God don't build weak hearts from gold. He made me fierce and he made me bold. I bend, I pray, I roar, I rise with mascara, tears and battle cries. Don't need your crown, I forge my own. From ashes, honey, I build my throne. I'm in a unbreakable storm, dressed in truth and pearl. The fire don't scare me, it lights my world. You can doubt my voice, but you'll hear my name. I'm holy and hood, and I'm done with shame. For everyone called too much, too loud, too real. You're not to anything. You're exactly what power looks like. I'm an unbreakable soul, through the fight and flame. My scars are stories, my strength, my faith. Faith in my heart, fire in my curls, forever divine. Clutch them pearls.
Here we go. Let's roll.
Coming in clutch, better tighten them clothes, not the cold facts. Got the truth for the world, no smoke, no fluff. Just the real that we trust, hold on to your seat, cause I'm coming in clutch.
Boom.
Ringing in clutch, better tighten the pearls. Drop the cold facts, got the truth for the world. No smoke, no fluff, just the real that we trust. Hold on to your seat, cause I'm coming in clutch.
Oh, motherfucking.
Coming in clutch.
Better go.
Coming in clutch, better tighten the pearls. Dropping cold facts, got the truth for the world. No smoke, no fluff, just the real that we trust. Hold on to your seat, cause I'm coming in clutch. Coming in clutch.
Welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you very much. Well, hello, everyone. Good to see you all. Thank you all so much for joining me. Really do appreciate your time. You could have chosen to be anywhere on YouTube. You have a lot of options, anywhere on the internet, anywhere in the world, and you chose to be right here. I know your time is very valuable, and I do appreciate you spending some time with me. Today is April 23rd, 2026. It is currently 8:49 p.m. on the East Coast of the United States. Okay? Good to see you. I missed you guys yesterday. Good to see you all. Yeah, I usually go live just about every day, but I wasn't live yesterday. I got my car back after 6 weeks of being in the shop. And when I dropped it off 6 weeks ago, it was winter and it was snowing and there was salt and stuff everywhere. And yesterday I spent 6 hours on my car, uh, cleaning every little crack, every little crevice, every little thing. And I was going to go live yesterday, but after I was done, guys, I was tired. Like it's a like I literally spent 6 hours cleaning it, and I was absolutely done after that. Yeah, I mean, Q-tips, little brushes going in every. I mean, it looks brand new. Uh, but yeah, good to see you all, guys. Thank you guys for joining me. Really, really do appreciate it. Tonight we're talking about the Nancy Guthrie case, and there is a lot to go over that we are going to talk about. There's well, let's see here. What are we talking about? We're covering Sheriff Thanos goes on a field trip. It's very weird, the video. And the sheriff also says that he's glad that there is less coverage. Also, reportedly, Mary Ann Blevins speaks out, and that is Nancy's friend, and she has reportedly some things to say. Also, sheriff said something very interesting in the beginning of the Nancy Guthrie case, then does the complete opposite on the family. What changed and why? We're also going to go back to the timeline. Pima County puts out something strange and then changes a specific time. Was it just loose reporting, or are we not being told everything? Also, statistics matter. We're going to talk about statistics. Nancy Guthrie fits virtually none of them. Is she just, is this a case that's just out there, or did something else happen to her? Pima County says there's no sign of assault. Did something happen to Nancy quickly after she got home, or was it hours later? So a lot to talk about. Guys, before we get started, if you would be so kind, please do me a big favor and hit that thumbs up button or double tap that screen if you're on your mobile device. Also, if you would be so kind and share this live stream out, hit the share button, copy that link, drop it in any of your favorite social media. Would greatly appreciate that. And also, if you would consider hyping this video, you have to do it after the live stream. You get 3 hypes a week. If you don't use it, you lose it. It's just a great way to help boost it in the algorithm. It's like a super thumbs up, if you will. And Carol, thank you so much for already sharing that. I appreciate it. I've saved up my hypes. Thank you so much, Ginger. Appreciate you. Robin, good to see you. Miss Shannon, good to see you, my dear. Also, guys, tomorrow, Daphne and I will be live going over the Jack and Lily Sullivan case. We'll be doing a live together. So make sure you join us for that. Sheila, good to see you, my friend. Miss Brandy, always in Indy, good to see you. Miss Sherry, good to see you, my dear. Not just a bit good. Love that. That's cute. Good to see you, friend. Miss Tina, Robin, Christy, hello. So we can rehash the same tired. Yes, that's it. That's it. Keep grifting up. Thank you so much for your input. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Dolores. Good to see my friend. How you doing? Good to see you. Who else do we got in here? Tony, bonjour, not lob, seriously. Good to see you. Jeanette, hello. Miss Tina, Lisa, Green Eyes. Who else? Thank you so much to Stepan. Appreciate you for hyping that afterwards. Really appreciate you, my dear. Good to see you. Hey, Miss Dolores. Thank you, baby. Appreciate that. Good to see you. Hi, Justin. Hi, Pearl. I love you. Love you too, my darling. Good to see you. Really appreciate that. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for that. I had my 3-hour foot surgery yesterday. Have been unable to get on top. Oh, God. I'm sorry, Ruby. The first couple days of after surgeries, just not very fun. That's for sure. Hope you feel better, darling. Hey, Popcorn. Good to see you, Carol. Lisa, good to see you. Brandy, Ash Cash, Susan, Brenda. In my opinion, Savannah doesn't want to know the truth. You know, Clad Queen, I sometimes it feels like that. I got to be honest with you. It would be difficult. I mean, can you imagine like thinking that someone in your family could do something like this? I don't know. Oh, Shannon, no. Girl, you got to get you some antibiotics. Pronto, stat. I don't know if I want to know. Good heavens. Yeah, I know. I know. All right, guys, let's get right on it. Did y'all see this? Let me show you. Hold on one second. I gotta pull this up. Give me just 1 second while I pull this up and show you. I can't play the audio because I don't know if it's copywritten or not, but look how cringe. Really, Shannon, it should work very quickly. It should work. Like if you have I'm not a doctor, do your own research, all that stuff. But if you have like a abscess tooth or something, within a day, it should start feeling better. I wonder who's going to pay maintenance and taxes on Nancy's house. I would assume the family. I would assume. Bad storm. Oh, be careful. Yeah, there's supposed to be a lot of storms. Hopefully, you guys are safe wherever you are. Justin, you would love Fiesta. Where at, Miss Eureka? Are you talking about New Mexico? Um, I've been to the what is it? The Hot Air Balloon Festival, if that's what you mean. Carla, I'm in Newfoundland, Canada. Good to see you. We love our Canadians. San Antonio, Ginger, Robin, good evening. Good evening. I like a siesta. Okay, look at this video, guys. Look at this video. How cringe it is.
Hi, I'm Sheriff Chris Nanos.
I can't play like all of it because it's got certain music on it. Like, I don't know if he was doing this for like a promo or something. Look at him. He looks, this like cracks me up, this one right here. When he's getting off the helicopter, he looks like a kid. Ego. Yeah. Yeah. He looks like a kid. Watch this. Wait, watch the next one. This one. Oh my God. I can't. Oh my God. His little legs fling. His little legs fling. I cannot help it. Watch his. Find some Martina. Good to see you. He is as tall as a kinder. Well, did you know nanos means like little person or dwarf? Watch him here. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. Everyone's always talking about his ego. Watch him, and they're like lifting him up. He looks like a little like a gray haired Chucky doll. That's what he reminds me of. Is like a gray hair Chucky. No, I wish. Oh well, Diane. Well, I mean, we're gonna make a little bit of fun of the sheriff, so because he absolutely he's got this God complex, in my opinion. Look at this. He's wearing his little backpack. He looks like a school child or something. There's a
Fun school year.
Sheriff Nanos, remember, if you're wearing a backpack, you can't take a pew pew to school, just like you can't take a pew pew on your baggage claim or on your carry on, rather. But that didn't stop you, though, did it? His little backpack. Yeah. I cannot with this. I saw this and I was like watching.
County? Well, let's go.
Oh, look at this car. Look at this car. This is, of course, this is Sheriff Nanos's car right here, right? We have, there we go, right there. Little Sheriff Nanos. So when he's going to the gym. Yeah, a little bit of, we'll start calling him Mario because look at his mustache. Just a is it a basic vet, not a stingray? Yeah, it's crazy.
Pima County.
Watch this. Now he's got balloons on the back. I there goes the hand. Yep, and it's kind of like Looney Tunes at the end. Goes right in. Can't even see over the damn wheel. I know. I thought you guys would like that before we start here. Okay, now we're going to start speaking on this right here. So someone writes, what happened in the driveway, Chillinois? Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos said early on that no tracks were found in the Nancy Guthrie driveway were relevant to the investigation. Both Brian and Maureen agree that most vehicles were parked on the side of the home and not in front of the circle driveway. I have not seen what I'm going to show you. I have not seen the picture of these tracks, or I've not seen this picture that I'm going to show you guys in just a second. And it makes me really question even more. Um, Getting those impressions early were obviously critical to the investigation. When watching the aerial footage, Chilinois says, I definitely noticed distinct tracks in both parts of the driveway, but the ones in the circle driveway were the ones that stuck out like a sore thumb. They didn't resemble a vehicle tracks, but something narrower that was butted up against the rocks on the right side of the front of the walkway. I had never seen these. Right around where the blood stops. You can even see where it stopped a few times. It's such a distinct pattern. Um, whoops, 1 second. And here it is. Okay. And she says, what stuck out to me is that as well is that a pickup truck loaded with a pool cleaning equipment and supplies barely left any tracks when using the same circle driveway just days later. Okay, I want to show you a clip from Brian Enton. Uh, and look at this before I show you the picture.
Can look at those photographs and they can make a cursory determination as to whether or not those tire tracks fit that tire. But we don't stop there. We would do the tire tracks in the circle driveway. The circle driveway is where I think the car pulled up to get her. I know the back doors were gated, but I think something happened that caused them to go out the front. And maybe it was that dog barking in the back. Who knows? Can look at those photographs and they can make
Okay.
a cursory.
Do you guys think that Nancy was taken out front door? Yes, no, unsure. Let me see here. We're going to put up a poll. Okay. All right. Do you think Nancy was taken out the front door? Put a 1 in chat if yes, 2 no, and 3 unsure. I want to ask you that before I show you this, because I think it's very important. Donna, good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate you, my God. Really good to see you. Thank you for your support, Miss Donna. Love your name. Love that. Thank you so much, my dear. Appreciate you. So, so far, 82% says yes, front door. 10% says no. And 8% says unsure at this time. The photo I'm going to show you is a very good photo that Chillinois found. And like the other day, we were looking at 857 Tucson. He shows on day 1, there is definitely tire tracks inside Nancy's driveway when you're coming in and when you're going out. It looks like they took a left when they went out, right? So we're going to get into that. I have the opinion, I've had that opinion from day 1 that the blood has been staged. I don't think it's been staged personally. I do think she was taken out, whether alive or otherwise, is that's left to be determined, right? So those tracks are made, to me, those tracks are made by something with weight. Well, I mean, how much weight, Susie? Cute. It just depends on like what the tracks are from, right? If it's something, let's say if it's like a dolly or something. Well, it would definitely have to have weight on it, right? So maybe. Thank you again, Donna. Appreciate you, my dear. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Appreciate that, my love. Good to see you, truly. Thank you. So far we're at 81%. Yes. Okay. All right. Let's we're gonna end that poll right there. And hide that. And then I want to show you this photo. Can you see this? Let me make it big for you. Look at these. I have never seen this picture, and it is a very, very good picture. She puts arrows exactly where these are, right? You can see line there, line there, line there, and then you can see line here and a line here. What is that? There is a Dolly's next to her trash can. Really? Two-stepping, really? I don't think these are drag marks at all, personally. But isn't this interesting? What an interesting photo. Do you have a picture of that, Ginger? Garden cart? Yeah. You know, there's a dolly right down. They're not tire tracks. There's no way. They're. I mean, it could be a tire from a very small thing, but we're talking very thin, whatever this is, right? I mean, something had to create this. Something had to. Now, it doesn't mean that it is in Nancy Guthrie's case, but it's regardless, it is very weird that someone said, Little Texas says wheelchair could be. Since we don't know when the tracks appeared, maybe a gardener used something. There were tracks there early. I do know that there was tracks there the first day because we have photos of it. Now, again, what's interesting is, first of all, how long would tracks like this last? There. I saw the dolly when they did drone footage. I think Ginger's going to find it for me, or if anybody has it. Stage, I actually showed my colleagues, and they all come up with the same conclusion. Blood looks like it started on the steps to the path, and then looks like she stopped trying to open her door. Well, there is reportedly blood inside as well. You see, this is the thing. I don't think that Nancy came to the door. I just don't see an 84-year-old woman opening up a door like that at 2:00 in the morning. Maybe I'm wrong. Could be. But Alicia, thank you so much for renewing your membership. Good to see you. And we are at a year, girl. How you doing? Happy anniversary, Justin. Happy anniversary. The pleasure is all mine. Thank you so much, Miss Alicia. Appreciate you very, very much. Thank you, my love. She didn't have her hearing aids. Correct. They are like scratch marks, but garbage bins or cart would be close. Wouldn't be that close to the rocks. It could be something like a garbage can. To me, that would make sense. Who would open? Exactly. I agree. Especially like you're going to open up a door for someone with that looks like this. No, you're just not. You're not going to open up a door for this guy. I don't see it at all. Could have been from workmen. Could be, but it would have to be before she went missing. Right. It would have to be before she went missing. She put her trash can on the road. Yes, she did. We have that on Google Earth. We certainly do. Um, okay. Let me see here. Oops, I got something here. What's this? Hold on. Really? 1 second. Why is Thought Criminal blocked? She just sent me a thing that she's blocked. Hold on. Make sure she's not blocked. 1 second, guys. Nobody be. No, baby, you're not blocked. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me make sure. I might be on the wrong one. Give me 2 seconds. Yes, she was. Thought Criminal, I got you, baby. Why would someone block Thought Criminal? No, baby, guys, make sure nobody is blocked unless they're just absolutely like anybody can have their opinion as long as it's respectful and we don't have to agree on everything. I thought it happened as soon as she walked in, and the house was staged as soon as she was getting ready to get in. It could have, but again, what makes me question that when I think about that is, I've thought, after she closed that garage door, did something happen? But then we look at the timeline whenever the cameras pick up something. I mean, I don't think this guy is going to be at the house from about 10 p.m., 9:45 till, after 2 in the morning though, right? So we got to remember that. Direct current, good though about the rolling suitcase. Very well. Luggage. Think of that. Luggage. I wonder if she has any luggage missing. Wonder if, someone could have even taken luggage there. Whoever this was very much planned. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit more with this. Let's try this. So I can look at it a little bit closer before I show you something else here. Let's see here. Let me zoom this and get this so you guys can see it really good. What is that? What is it? What's weird to me is the way it's like almost coming down off the rocks. You know what I mean? Like, why would that happen? It's not like coming from the sidewalk. I have always thought it was someone she knew and she didn't look out. Someone said their name and she opened the door. It's possible. These are 90% animal made, in my opinion. I see them. These lines? The lines? How does an animal do that? Backing into the rocks? I don't know. That's what's weird to me. And then if you look at this, let me find it. You see right here? It's like a line there. It's like a line there, a line there, a line there. And then there's almost like a line there, right? It's almost like a square. Whatever it is this wide. Look at this. Look at this, guys. See that? Can y'all see it from your end? Let me show you. It's It like starts here and you go straight, and then it goes over, and then it goes straight. It's like that wide, not very wide, which obviously would be. Hello, Justin. The case needs to be solved. I agree. Do you think a suitcase or that storage bin on wheels? I don't know. I really don't know. Whatever it is, it had to have been heavy. I think we could all pretty well agree on that, right? It had to be a little bit heavier, right? Um, Jeannie, thank you, babe. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for your support. So good to see you, Miss Jeannie. And thank you for being a member. You're on the Trill family. Much love to you, my dear. Really appreciate you. Wheelbarrow. I don't know. I don't. I mean, it could be a two wheelbarrow, but what really confuses me is this right here. Is this line? It's like a bar that stopped or something. Yeah, you know something? You know something? If it's like a wheelbarrow or something, it could be like how like when you lift the wheelbarrow up, the sometimes it like the back of it where there's like bars across where you sit it down. Some of them, the legs will go this way, but some of them will go this way. Like a garden cart, if you will. Yeah. Maybe bike tire marks. No, because I think it's even on each side. You know what I mean? The wheels spread. The wheels spread. What do you mean the wheels? Well, like here, is that what you mean? Like how it gets longer across? I don't know if the wheels. I see that because it makes you kind of confused, but to me, it's this one right here and this one that are together, and then this one right here. I just don't think it has maybe another line, or they backed it up or something. It's so weird. Do you guys think she, in your opinion, do you think that she perhaps was picked up here um, with the Uber as well? Hey, Marilyn, get out of the bushes, girl. Get out of the bushes. Good to see you, honey. Amy says, dead weight or not, has no one known very strong men. I personally know a few that could carry her. Yeah, I mean, listen, people can carry someone if they are really, really strong. It just depends on how far, right, they are uh, taken as well. With Nancy Blue Shirt left from Border Patrol could be some kind of tracks. I don't know what you mean by that, Doggy Biscuits. What did Uber say? Up near the rocks, the first and the third line go together. The second and fourth lines go together. Right, right. Yes, I agree with that. Is that where they would have put the trash cans out on trash day? No, the trash cans go next to the road on trash day. Maybe the garbage can lid. So the garbage can lids on the trash can that she has, it doesn't come off. It just kind of flaps backwards and it wouldn't touch the ground on that. So I have the exact same kind of trash cans. It makes me want to, I don't have gravel, um, but it makes me want to like take my trash can to like some pea gravel and do an experiment. Um, but what if they put her in a rolling trash can? Oh, they absolutely could have. They absolutely could have. What's so bizarre is like if you're put in a rolling trash can, um, you're going to have a big vehicle, right? Because something like that to fit like a rolling trash can, I think what's the minimum? 55, 60 gallons would be the minimum for the rolling trash cans with wheels. Wheelchair onto the ramp or lift. See, I just don't think it's a wheelchair, in my opinion. I could be completely wrong. And again, why I say that is this right here. This is what you see, this wheel, and then there's this wheel, but there is a mark right here. Right here. And it's like something was right here. I don't know. Something is up though. What it is, no idea. But we do know that Nancy, she either came out of here alive or not, but there's blood inside of the door, outside of the door, and it stops being as much blood around the sidewalk as you're going out to the driveway. Yeah, I thought of that, but they might have tipped it on the lid and lifted it up on the bottom where the lid was on the ground and dumped her back in one of those trucks. Let me actually pull this up. I don't have it pulled up, but I want to let me Google Earth. So we can show you exactly what kind of what kind of trash can she has here. And give me a second. Watch this. You guys want to see a map? Look at this map. Damn. We got it covered here. Hey, Miss Kels. Good to see you here. Good to see you, my friend. All right. So this is obviously Nancy's home. And if we go down here and we go right here, we're able to see the trash can, right? We're able to see that trash can. Now under this wheel, there's like a bar with like an axle that goes through and holds on each wheel. Could that be it? Are we looking too much into this? Is it even related? What day does her trash run? Does anyone know what her trash runs? It looks like rocks were placed over the top of the tracks. That's got to be trash can wheels then. Maybe. It really just depends. Did you watch? No. When was it, Deborah? When was it? Live? Was it live? Was he live? Does she have a green waste? That's a good question. Sometimes recycling comes one day and like trash comes another, right? There was a partial footprint. He carried her out, in my opinion. I think it's very likely. Oh, thank you, Miss Pamela. Thank you, love. Appreciate that. Good podcast, nice and a beautiful dog. Thank you so much, Miss Pamela. Really good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your support. Good to see you. You emailed it to me. Okay. I don't know if we'll be able to get to this today. Here. What's he talking about in this one? And I'll look at it. Let me get let me see a summarize of that. Okay, so he's talking to Jim. Okay, and analyze blood spatter evidence, suspect profile, motive, and ransom note, crime scene details. Okay, we'll look through. Okay, I'll play just a little bit. I'll play maybe just a little bit here. Guys, will you please drop our friend Brian Enton's link, please? Make sure you sub up to Brian. Let me see what he says here on this part.
Happened.
I want to see what he says on this blood part.
Get to nature of blood.
Maybe if it'll go.
Porch area of Nancy's house. What stood out to you?
Well, first of all, it was great to actually get the video itself, so I could do it frame by frame and then isolate some images, because blood spatter evidence, mainly because of the viscosity of blood, the nature of blood, tells us a story, and it is frozen in time. It's a particular moment in time that this happened. But if you look at the first image where there's two distinct blood spatter patterns, first of all, there are some very clear indications from that image. And on the one that's more in the center of the screen, you can see some larger droplets of blood and then some smaller droplets of blood. And then to the right of that, you see what looks like a smear pattern. And that is somebody disturbing blood that has already been transplanted onto that surface. So, like I said, it tells a story. But if you then go to, if we kind of, so as an overview, these two spatter patterns happen very close in time, right? And
Sorry, I was muted. I don't like the term splatter for this personally. I like the term droplets, and then the bigger droplets are the main drops, and then the little droplets is the satellites. It's the drop from the drop. I always used the like if you're outside and you're spraying asphalt or cement, you're spraying your driveway down or your sidewalk down or your porch or your deck or whatever. You know, like if you've got shorts on and you're spraying water, pressure washing, the water hits the porch, but there's also this fine mist that goes on your leg, right? That is what a satellite droplet is. It's the drop and then to the drop, if you will. So, but this right here, so it means like this right here, where there is more drops. So if you are constantly moving and you are bleeding, it's not going to, you're going to have a longer type of blood. But if you are over, and you stop while you're bleeding, it's going to be in a bigger pile, which means at some point, whether Nancy was being carried or she was walking right here for at least a moment in time, she had to have been paused, or they had to have paused a second right here, meaning she was, or they were going slower while she was bleeding.
They indicate some action that happened in the middle of them. So you can go to the next picture. This is an image of a still image of this, a little bit of a close-up of that center.
This is a good picture. I don't know if I've seen this picture. Like this exact picture. Some people say it looks aspirated. I somewhat agree with that to an extent. I do not believe this came from Nancy's mouth at all. Welcome, Daryl. Appreciate you being here, my friend. I don't believe this came from her mouth at all. If you look at this, we've all had a mouth bleed or a gum bleed or a tooth pulled or something in our life, right? A busted lip, something. If that is the case, then your saliva dilutes it, right? This is not that. This is not that. But it could come from her nose. It's possible. But also sometimes when it comes from your nose, when you have a nosebleed, there will be mucus that even comes from the nose as well. May come from the nose. I really think this likely comes from the nose or the hand, maybe arm. I believe they hit her so she couldn't scream. Well, you know, this is the thing. It was the only time Nancy really had a chance to get help, if she was alive, was when she was walking out on her own. If she was walking out on her own. If she was walking out on her own. Miss Maurice, girl, 24 months. What a legend. What a rockstar. Appreciate you, my dear.
I can smell a legend.
Love you, Miss Maurice. 2 fabulous years with you here at Clutch Them Pearls, Justin, and the time before on J4A. Love you, my friend. Love you too. Appreciate you so much, Miss Maurice, for your continued support. Can't do it without you. Love you, darling. Baby kisses, you okay? Surgery today? Cut the cartilage in my pointer finger and 2 tendon. I bled bad. I was walking fastest I have for a long time. Oh my God, baby kisses. Love you, honey. What did you cut? What did you cut yourself with? So this is not actually a lot of blood. I thought DNA took a while, but going to disclose that fairly quickly. So the Nancy Guthrie DNA on file. So it was her DNA. They got that very quickly. So they were able to get her DNA from the family doctor or her heart. Maybe. We drove 3.5 hours away. Chainsaw. I'm so sorry, baby kisses.
Pattern that we saw in the top of the last screen. And this tells me a number of things, and it's very specific. One is that at this point, Nancy her face was very close to the ground, within a foot of the ground. And this could be either she was on her knees and hunched over
Hold
or
on.
just hunched over.
Wait, what? What?
At this point, her face was very close to the ground, within a foot of the ground. And this could be either she was on her knees and hunched over or just hunched over or actually laying on the ground. But it looks less like she was laying on the ground, but more like hunched over this spot. And the reason I can tell you that is because some of these are low velocity blood spatter.
Okay. You see, I don't know if I agree with that. I know exactly what he's saying, and he absolutely could be right in his opinion. The thing that bothers me is she was on blood thinner. She was on blood thinner, and I just don't know. I mean, it does make you wonder if she like she was, because now that I'm looking at this and thinking about what he's saying, this right here, it's a lot of satellites. There's a lot of satellites. Like, I'm not sure. So you see drip, big drip, big drip, big drip, big drip, big, right? But, and there's some in here, but it doesn't look like, because this is very close up, it doesn't look like there could be that many satellites just from those big drops. I don't know if there could be that many satellites from those big drops. So he might be right there. It's not a terrible a lot of blood when you're on blood thinners, right? Damn, what happened here? He could have dropped her. I don't know. I don't think this is a drop. I'm looking in this. I mean, look at this right here. In the grout, you can see that there's one, but grout is obviously very porous, and you can tell it's absorbed in that grout, that drip. I still wonder if she was thrown over the shoulder and that's why her head was low to the ground. It could be. Okay, Webbs. Okay, thank you so much, Webbs. Appreciate you. It was like from a scrape from her face, one in the middle. I don't know. I mean, I'm wondering, like, did they have her in something? And when they opened the door, or if this person was by himself, if he had her over his shoulder, when he turned, he would have to close the door because the front door was allegedly closed. She could have very well been on her knees. But here's the thing. How are you going to get an 84-year-old woman up? That's going to be hard. The bigger droplets are all the aspirator actual bubbled ones that popped, in my opinion. I don't think there was. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're talking about like these right here. It could be, but this is horrible. This is horrible what she went through. Does it look like a nosebleed when she was bent over? It could be.
And some are medium
Let me
velocity,
just
laying this to
here.
the ground, within a foot of the ground. And this could be either she was on her knees and hunched over, or just hunched over, or actually laying on the ground. But it looks less like she was laying on the ground, but more like hunched over this spot. And the reason I can tell you that is because some of these are low velocity blood spatters, and some are medium velocity blood spatters. We generally categorize them as low, medium, and high. The high velocity blood spatter are very tiny little, almost misty kind of droplets. And that happens only when blood is impacted in for example, in a gunshot wound. But medium velocity can be impacted when it can be created when somebody actually aspirates blood and then coughs it up. And there's two indicators of that here. One is the small size of many of these blood spatters. And the other are, at the top of this image, you can see three circular blood spots, but they're hollow.
These right here. You know something? I just noticed something. He's right. They are hollow. I was just noticing this one right here. There could have been some saliva in this.
You see mainly the rings. And that's because there was actually air in that blood.
Or saliva.
There was bubbles, and the bubbles burst. And that's why you see just the ring. Okay, so this definitely came from her. She coughed it out. There's very little in terms of directionality, in terms of the.
Okay. Now, guys, this is horrifying if true. This is absolutely horrifying if this is the case, because that means they were abusive to her there, right? At the very least. At the very least. They punched her or something. I can't imagine. Like, I always thought the best case scenario would have been, if she was deceased, that they just did it to her in her sleep and she just didn't know. Oh man, this is really bad. I'm wondering, you do notice these up here, and this one could have been one too, but it absorbed because of the grout. But now that I'm looking at, like I said, I've not seen this close-up picture, but you can tell this little, let me make it bigger for you guys so you guys can see. You can tell in this one right here that there was a bubble. I mean, these are all probably bubbles as well, but when you see this right here, you can tell that this was a bubble. When you see this one right here, you can tell that was a bubble and popped. And you can almost see the bubble here as well. That's really bad, guys. What she went through is just unimaginable. That would scare anybody. Whoever did this, you are horrible. And we're going to get into the statistics here shortly about it. Just doesn't happen. It does not happen.
Larger droplets,
84-year-old women.
But the smaller droplets, you can see some of them are longitudinal. They're like oblong. So that tells you the direction that the blood was moving when it hit this surface. And not all of them are. And that was caused by the fact that she coughed out this blood, and it kind of went out in a bunch of different directions. So I believe that this shows us a situation in which Nancy coughed up blood, some of which was sort of had maintained its integrity. Some of it was bubbles that popped. And it's really important to know that this indicates that she was likely within a foot of the ground. Her face, her mouth was within a foot of the ground, probably pointing almost straight down at this point.
So, again, she could have absolutely been on her knees, like he's saying. But also, it's so hard to talk about. But you guys know I've worked in funeral homes, and I have volunteered and worked for hospice as well in the past. And sometimes when you are dying, your body is obviously trying to get air. And if there was blood or something going on, she could have, if she was being carried, if she was in some type of, carrying her or whatever, she could be not, being more or less unconscious, but your body is still trying to breathe, right? And your body will do things, right? Like for instance, if you feel like you have something in the back of your throat, you feel like you need to clear your throat, right? Because there's something in the back. Your body, your brain tells you to do it, right? But if you have blood in there, whatever, and it's, how can I say it? And you're unconscious, you will still, your body will still try to clear that airway to keep from choking, right? So, okay. Got it. Okay. I just want to, so yeah, she could have been on her knees. She could have absolutely been conscious, but I'm not convinced to expel it. Yes, Deb, exactly. Yes, you will still expel it. Yes. Yep. Okay.
And so I would assume that meant that she was either hunched over completely, or she was on her knees and hunched over with her face in this direction. And then if you see
exactly, Jen,
the blood spatter, the larger spatter to the left of this image, there appears to be either a smudge in which someone had interfered with, or after the blood.
Hold on. Where is he saying? Let me see what he says there again.
To the left of this image, there appears to be either a smudge in which someone.
To the left of this image? Is he talking about this?
One had interfered with, or
hold on. I gotta hear this again.
Appears to be either a smudge in which someone had interfered with, or after the blood was deposited, touched on that spot and then moved it. And then in the large splotch that is directly to the right of that, a little bit higher, there is a little bit of a tail going to the right. And if you notice in one of the in the middle sort of circular one that had air trapped in it, that it was a bubble, you'll see that there's also
he's going to show another pic. Okay,
sort of a tail that goes to the right. And then the one below that and to the right, you'll see that also seems to be. So I would say her her body was to the left of this image. That's
Hold on.
towards the
Wait.
front door.
Wait. I just noticed something. Do you guys see this? You see this line? Do y'all see that? Is that part of the tile or is that blood? Because you see it right here as well, but it's smaller. Y'all see that line? Right there. I just noticed that. The blood splatter looks like it was tampered with. And listen. Whoever's vehicle Nancy got in, it is almost certainly has a trace of blood in it. You cannot get the blood out. I don't care how much you try. If you've ever or had someone bleed in your car with when they light it up, I don't care how much you've cleaned it, even though you don't see it, there is still things in that car. And hopefully this mofo stepped in it. I pray to God he stepped in it and it's in his car. Was sprayed from a bottle. I don't know. I don't think this is sprayed from a, no. I don't think so, in my opinion. I think it is blood. I do too. I think it's blood as well, Maurice, because you see this line right here and you can see this is certainly blood and it's moved. And then you can see some other lines in here as well. Right? You can see some other longer lines in here as well. But the way that one is, it's just so interesting.
Her body was to the left of this image. That's towards the front door. And her head was facing away from the front door here, but almost straight down. Do you have any questions about that?
I want to introduce you guys to the sponsor of today's episode, Incognito.
Let me see here. Okay. I want to see this.
I guess that would make sense from coughing.
Right. That's the medium velocity. The coughing, coughing it has pretty
Trash
high
is Tuesday.
velocity.
Thank you for
in terms
that,
of
Eileen.
movement, but it's nowhere near the velocity of, say, a gunshot wound. Right.
So if her trash is Tuesday, then she would not have they wouldn't have a trash can out there. If you pour salt on blood and cover it in ice. Listen, you can get the stain out, yes, but you will not be able to get it out from the blue star that they put on there to light it up. I don't care if you see it or not. It will always light up. It'll always light up. The only way you're going to get that out is if you maybe recarpet it, maybe your car. But it's going to be it.
So that's why we call it medium velocity.
The bigger, I guess, I don't know if you'd call them
Exactly.
droplets, and the ones you're talking about where it looks like an air kind of bubble, but then there's some where they look like kind of normal blood,
Right.
bigger droplets. Do you think those are also coming from coughing, or is that a different?
This lets you know that this person, again, I think about this all the time and I say it every time I'm live. What made this person want to do this to an 84-year-old woman? Because, again, statistically, the average life is 78 for a female. She had lived over that. Again, she could live to be 100, but statistically, she wouldn't be alive in a year anyways. And you could tell Nancy was going downhill from her pictures. You could see her, which is a very important thing. As we get older, we lose mass, right? And there's something that happens at around anywhere from 76 to 78 generally. People tend to really, really lose mass. And then many times they'll start going downhill. And you could tell Nancy was losing mass in her pictures as she was aging. Because the older we get, the faster we age, if that makes sense. He was angry. He was angry, or she wasn't listening, right? So like this guy right here, evil SOB, he doesn't appear to be very angry in the video that we saw, right? But again, to me, I really think this was after what was done, in my opinion, and they were taking her out. So either this guy was very angry at Nancy, or she wasn't listening. And again, we ask, why the blood at the front door and right in there? And to me, again, I think the only time Nancy could have possibly had any chance of, if she was conscious, that is, when she was taken out, the only time she could have really had a chance of anyone hearing her is when she was right there at the door going to the car, screaming, potentially, right? Because no one's going to hear you inside. And if you're outside, that's the only time you have a shot, because she was basically, I use this term like a sheep, just a meek sheep when you're, a child. That's what I can't stand about these cases. People who hurt children, people who hurt elderly, people who have a disability, a mental, a physical disability. They don't pick on people their own size, right? They take advantage of the most vulnerable in our society. And that pisses me off more than anything. People that hurt children, elderly, people who can't defend themselves, whether it be mental, physical, abuse animals, that kind of thing. You're just the worst of the worst. Just the worst of the worst. So guys, if you're just joining us, please hit that thumbs up button. Greatly appreciate you all being here. We are, someone sent this to me. We're going over the Brian Inton coverage on this. This is very, very interesting. Yeah, much love to each and every one of you for being here.
Injury.
No, I don't think it's a different injury. What I do believe is that it could be, it dripped out. So she may have coughed and then more dripped out afterwards. That's what it appears to be to me. And then if you go to the next image, which is directly to in that first image, it was directly to the right of that first image.
Okay.
And as you can see, the doormat is to the left of this image. There are some more captures.
1,000%. Even if he didn't do the deed, he is still complicit in this. Well, I mean, absolutely, Charlotte. And you got to remember this, right? I used to think that it was just one person or more than one person. And I still do think that there could be more than one person involved, but I'm talking about being there. Just because someone isn't there doesn't mean they're not involved. Doesn't mean they didn't have someone do it or whatever, didn't want to get, blood on their hands, so to speak. But the guy, right? This guy, we see him allegedly on the porch without the backpack, similar dressed, on the 11th. And we see him obviously on the night or the early hours of the morning when this happens. So we only see this one guy. And to me, this guy is, target number one, suspect number one, if you will, because this is the only person we see. And again, he is planning her demise, in my opinion, weeks before.
Of droplets of blood and then bubbles of blood. And you can see them in the top center. You have 2 droplets of blood and 1 bubble. And then in the bottom, to slightly to the left, you'll see 1 droplet and then 1 bubble. And then to the right side of it, you'll see a couple more bubbles. And then you see a smear pattern. And that is because the blood that was deposited there was then interfered with. Someone may have stepped on it. Someone may have their hand or another body part may have contacted it and smeared it there. So I think if we go back to the first image that we were talking about, this tells a story of a snippet of time. And that is that at this point in time, that there's the highest likelihood is that she was either down on her knees or hunched over completely with her face very close to the ground and coughing out this blood. And then after that, where the blood pattern then disappears, I believe that she was likely picked up and carried the rest of the way, perhaps with her face up, so that there was no more blood deposited on that walkway. So Brian, have you been able to confirm whether or not there was actually blood spatter patterns inside the house?
What I've been told is no, that the only blood is what we see outside the front door.
See, that's the thing. That's the thing that drives me nuts about this case, is everyone's reporting is different. It's a rare case that we ever see someone, the reporting is everywhere, right? Blood inside, blood outside. And to me, that makes me wonder even more if Nancy went to scream outside when she got there at the door. Right? Yes, he is. Very much so. This is very, very interesting. Thank you for sending it to me. Nano's changed his mind constantly. Oh, he's a freaking loser, in my opinion. Well, it doesn't have to be financially necessarily, or, I mean, emotionally, when someone does this, right? They feel that they would benefit more someone not being in the world than being in the world. So it could be they know information as well, or they feel like they've been wronged or done wrong, right? It's true, Justin, no concrete evidence, and no one agrees on what happens to poor Nancy. And that's the thing. We have reporters saying that there is blood on the inside. And then we have people saying, like Brian, he says, no blood on the inside. And that makes it more to me, it's like if there was blood on the inside of the door, let's think of it this way. If there was blood on the inside of the door, then it would certainly make the family be like, what the hell? Like, I don't know if you could miss that. So I think that they were talk of changing a will. It's possible. Sometimes, someone can, for instance, not put or kind of give like a change of a will, for instance. Again, we just don't know. And they could feel like, I'm kicking you out of the will, or you're going to get what you're going to get. And they feel like that they didn't get enough, if you will. Nancy, her spirit was feisty. Yeah, but you can be feisty mentally and verbally, but your body can be very weak, right? It doesn't mean it messes with your soul necessarily, but your body is just weak. So that makes no sense. If it was dripping blood outside of the door, they would have to be a trail from where? Well, it means it started as soon as she was stepping out, or maybe she was stepping down off of that. She could have been crying or disoriented and fell when she was taking off that little step from the doorway there. We really don't know. In my opinion, I think the crime scene was contaminated on purpose, like they know who they are protecting. I don't think, in my opinion, it's some big conspiracy. I think, in my opinion, they was just very inexperienced, and I think Nanos screwed up by not getting the FBI intention for days. Yeah, probably right, Susan. Yeah. Guys, hit that thumbs up button. Greatly appreciate you all being here. Double tap that screen, doing all that good stuff.
Other reports from other journalists that they're saying they have a source that there is blood right inside the door, like you see outside. But my source said no, like that's not the case. It's just outside. So that's
okay.
What
Well, if there is blood spatter patterns on the inside of the door, that would indicate to me that she was, because of what Savannah told us, that her mother was taken out of her bed at night, right? I believe that she was threatened. She was controlled by, most likely, the gun that the offender had at his waist or his crotch area. And that he used the gun to threaten her, control her, and get her down to the front door. At that point, or shortly thereafter, she realized he was trying to take her out of the house. And like we definitely tell people,
very good
if
point.
an offender is trying to take you away from a
I've said
location,
this. Listen to this.
He's trying to take you to a location where he has more privacy and control. And that never bodes well for the victim. That if an offender is trying to take you away from a location, then fight for your life with your life.
So that's a very good point. Now, we've talked about how you don't ever let someone take you to a secondary location. Just like he said, it never bodes well for you. And that makes a lot of sense. Think about it like this. If someone is, it's got to be very confusing being woken up in the middle of the night and someone, God forbid, over top of you with a fucking ski mask on, and then with a pew, a GUN, and it's going to take you a few seconds to even process what the hell's going on. And then you can't move very quick because you're 84 years old. And then you have this guy grabbing your arm, and you don't know where he's taking you in the house, right? You have no idea where he's taking you in the house. But then he's taking you to the front door. And that's when it clicks for Nancy that she is being taken out of the house. And that is where she's like, oh, hell no. We're not doing this. And then that is where she might starts to put up a bit of a fight. This guy could have punched her, pistol whipped her, who knows, at that point. And that is where the blood happens. They're just terrible. Just terrible what this woman went through. Really is. I would leave and that's the thing. That's the thing. Truly never. It's when if someone ever tries to take you, fight for your life. It's now or never. I know we want to put off things, trying to, have this offender, like talk to them or, no, it's now or never, mother chicken. And make it as messy as possible. I saw this little girl in a video several years ago, and she was being kidnapped. It was at a stop sign. She was waiting for her bus, and this guy gets out. He grabs the girl, and you know what she does? And it's the most brilliant thing I've seen. She goes straight to the ground. She lays flat on the ground, and it's hard for someone to do that, right? To lift you up off the ground and carry you. And that was the most brilliant thing. I'm going to go, absolutely. Give them the fucking fight of your life. Absolutely. Anyone that would come in your house or try to kidnap you, they're not out for your best interest. And they're already fucking lunatics if they do that. So fight for your life. Tell every one of your loved ones about, don't let them take you to a secondary location. Your children, everyone. It's truly important. It's on like Donkey Kong. Absolutely. And if they shoot you where they are, they will run and you still mace her. Well, fight him like hell. Fight him like hell. Fight him like a wildcat. So yeah, exactly. On the Ashley Banfield show, she said that there was a little bit of blood on the inside of the door, mostly outside. Okay. I'm also a natural at karate. Fun fact. That's right. All right, guys. Thank you for being here. Make sure you hit that thumbs up button. Share the live out. Become a member. All that good stuff. Appreciate you all being here. Some of you can play along and get out. Sometimes you can play along and get out of it. Well, don't let them take you to a second location. Because, again, that's where they want to do what they want to do to you. Right? And if someone is taking you out of that house, your best interest is not going with them, right? Thank you, Deb. Appreciate you, love. Justin, if you go missing, I want you to run my case. We would all fight for our lives, pearls. That's right. And if God forbid they get you in a car or something like that, make sure if you're bleeding, make sure that they are going, you're going to put your hands everywhere, spit in the car, make yourself bleed, everything, touch everything, everywhere, piss, Do anything. Seriously. It's your life we're talking about here. Very much so. Survival rate drops extremely if relocated. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's going to look like The Exorcist if they do this to me, right? I'm going to look like the Exorcist woman. That little, remember the movie The Exorcist? That's what it's going to look like. No joke. I'm going to talk like I'm the Exorcist woman. They're going to be like, what the fuck? I'm out of here. Thank you, baby kisses. I hope you feel better, baby kisses. Thank you, my love. Appreciate you very much. Splitting split pea soup. That's hard to say. That movie gives me nightmares still. That's right. You make sure that they see you in your dreams. That's right.
Because that's how dramatically your chances of survival diminish if someone is taking you away from a place where you were secure. So I believe that Nancy fought him either inside the door or just outside the door, depending on whether the first appearance of this blood spatter evidence is. And at that point, she was likely either...
And absolutely scratch the fuck out of them as well. Scratch them as well. Get their DNA under your fingernails. Scratch them so they look like a suspect.
They're blitzed with overwhelming force, punched in the face or the nose, and she began bleeding.
Let me just rewind this part a little bit, because even if you don't survive, you want them to be found, and it is really a fight for your life.
So I believe that Nancy fought him either inside the door or just outside the door, depending on whether the first appearance of this blood spatter evidence is. And at that point, she was likely either blitzed with overwhelming force, punched in the face or the nose, and she began bleeding, and she went down either on her knees or just hunched over and then coughed up this blood.
Oh, Matilda, what a great compliment. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. That means so much.
Which is why we see this pattern. I think at that point, she was likely picked up by the offender, he or she having stepped in and smeared or another body part of hers,
oh, wow, Mary,
touching the blood that she had coughed up already and smearing in the patterns that we see here. And then from that point forward, she was carried to whatever vehicle he had. And at that point, she was likely turned with her face up so that we see no further blood dripping from the face wounds that likely caused it.
Okay, but if she's carried from her face, this is the thing though. Okay, I think this guy is fucking fabulous. I'll say that. But my question is, if she is carried with her face up, right? How can, I mean, maybe he could hold her like this, but that's going to be hard to do. That's going to be hard to do. Right? Because the blood stops on the sidewalk. Yeah, she could have been carried, but by one person? I don't know. Thank you, Paige. I escaped when he took us outside to my car. God bless. Thank God. She possibly went unconscious then, in my opinion. She could have. I mean, you got to think. We don't know how many times he potentially struck her. Girl, mom, good to see you, mamacita. We don't know how many times he struck her. Or what happened.
This pattern.
Yeah, it's interesting what you said. And I think last time you and I talked, then we talked once the recording was over. And you mentioned talked about, if someone tries to take you and put you in a car, should you ever get in? And I was saying, well, maybe you get in and then try to negotiate. You said, no, you never. I mean, obviously with Nancy, she's an older woman. She didn't
Right.
probably have much control, but you're saying like for people watching you fight to not get in the car, basically.
Right. I mean, it's rare, but when, for example, it happened just the other day, a young girl was, I think, walking home from school or waiting at her bus stop, and a man came up in a van, got behind her, put a gun to her back, and ordered her into the van. Luckily, other students saw this happen and called the police. The guy took her in the van and went to a gas station, and for whatever reason brought her inside, and she mouthed the words "help me" to the clerk. The clerk got in between her and him and got him out of the store just
amazing.
as the police were arriving, and he was arrested. Now, that is a very rare set of circumstances. If there are people who witness you being taken away and can identify the offender, the license plate, whatever it is, you might have a larger chance of survival. But the fact that an offender is taking you to a place where they have more privacy and control, they literally are bringing you to a place where they have connections, and either they've been there before to
Well, and they have more control, right? Connections and more control, right? Because they want you at a specific location where they have more control and they have more connection. And that's why you don't want to go. I saw the news clips on the gas station. He wrote, God bless him.
surveil it,
Save that,
or
literally save that girl's life.
this is someplace.
By the way, just a side note, there is at least three children's remains that have been found in Memphis outside of an apartment complex. The remains of the three children have been there for at least a couple years. I'm following that case right now. I'm going to do a live stream on that case as well. There's not a lot at this time, though. It's crazy. Who are these three children? I mean, three children's skeletal remains were found. What the hell?
Under their control. And both of those things mean that they might not want you to survive to be able to tell what happened and where it happened. So the best thing to do is use all your personal weapons, and that is biting someone, poking their eyes, ripping their ears off, whatever you have to do.
I think Kohlberger switched his. I think he switched his, which he cleaned the shit out of his car too. But I think Kohlberger knows how to do it. I think he had other clothes on, and he took those off. And I think he probably took off his shoes, maybe put on another pair of shoes, maybe drove barefoot or with his socks on. I think that's why there was no blood in his car.
Kick them in the groin area, whatever you have to do, scream and scratch and fight to do everything possible to not being taken into a place where they have more custody and control.
And not only that, I think that this guy had multiple layers of clothes on as well.
Full of you.
Do you think that there was more than, I mean, you've said before you thought this was one person. Do you still believe that, or do you think there may have been more?
Yeah, I think this actually indicates to me a single actor, because we don't see multiple steps through this blood spatter.
And I pretty much agree with him now with this. And again, the reason I think that well, with what he's saying as well. But again, the only person we see is a guy on the 11th dressed in very similar, the same clothes, with the ski mask. And at 2 a.m. the morning she goes missing, I believe it was only one person. Now, there could have been someone else who was driving. Doesn't mean that nobody else is involved. That does not mean that. My mom taught me to never comply no matter what. They ain't going to take me quietly. That's right, Kelsey. Are you saying you don't even comply with family? Is that what you're saying? I feel skeptical rather of picture being from the 11th. Some people do. Some people do. I don't, because of things that happened on the 11th to the other people's cameras, and a vehicle being down below, down right, that was pictured with the guy walking the dogs, and also the back of the video seems to be lighter, which there was like a full moon or something that night, and also the other neighbor saying she saw someone that day, very strange, looking down, walking kind of fast. I still think the knife is close to the road. Yeah. With the Koberger
evidence. And if there were two people, let's say, you would think that one of them would have had control of her, complete control of her inside the house, and brought her outside and would not have lost that control. But here she's clearly on the ground, coughing this blood up. And I believe if this is the only place where there's blood, this must be where she was attacked. And that must mean that she had just fought him at that point. And that was used to then control her. And then from that point, she was then lifted and taken away, which is why you don't see any other blood.
And that as well. That's a very good point, Deborah. Very, very good point, right? One person involved means no chance of anyone else knowing, in my opinion. That makes it also to why we $1.275 million has, again, nobody has came forward. And, if you do this alone and there's nobody else involved, well, there you go. Or someone hired someone. It's obviously neither one of them want to get caught.
Better evidence.
What does it say about the person that they would hurt an older 84-year-old woman like that? And maybe I'm just naive because I don't know. All of this is hard for me to wrap my mind around, like punching an old lady, but to me, I'd have a much easier time like punching you and hurting you. The thought of like doing that to an old woman.
Now, that's true, Ginger. Very, very true, right? But Justin, someone knows who this is. And I agree. I think when this video came out, I think that they got calls almost immediately. I do believe that they have a good suspicion of who this person is. Again, they've been to multiple people's houses. They might be back. They may never be back. I don't know. But someone knows this person. Maybe they haven't called, but I think someone has likely called.
Is like, I can't even imagine. I'd rather just run away and abandon the whole plan,
Right. Well, it just tells you a little bit more about his motivation, that there was a goal in mind and he was going to do whatever it took to accomplish that goal. And here it appears that that goal had to do with getting Nancy out of her home in the middle of the night. What else he planned on doing, we have no idea. Now, this goes back to the whole ransom note issue. If one or more of those ransom notes was real, and if it wasn't used just as a decoy, a distraction, to throw
Absolutely.
the family and then law enforcement off, then money was obviously one of his goals. And in order to get that money, he would have to take her and have control of her and then threaten her life and then try to get the money. But the fact is that clearly,
Whose brother, Sassy? Justin, there was someone who said, oh, I got you. This guy's the suspect's brother.
that didn't actually happen in these circumstances. And probably that was because he was not as prepared or as capable criminally as he thought he was. And I think some of that comes out in having a very unique backpack, which is only purchased or sold at Walmart's, having a backpack that had bright reflective straps on it, so that he'd be easier to see, and having a face mask that allowed him to breathe and to lose hairs and to distribute his DNA wherever he went, as opposed to having a surgical mask, which would have covered that and prevented a lot of that from happening. So there are things that he did that he thought were sophisticated, but they were not criminally sophisticated, in fact.
You mentioned the ransom notes. Savannah said that she believes 2 of them were possibly legit. And we learned just in the last week from, those 2 went to the local TV stations in Arizona.
Right.
Learned from one of those TV stations, and there was the Bitcoin account attached to it. And you look in the Bitcoin account, and they're now saying that there was a transaction on February 10th where someone put some money into the account, presumably the Guthrie family or
Sassy, are you talking about the guy with the fish? Are you talking about the guy with the fish? Is that you're talking about?
FBI, a small amount. And there was a note, and I wrote down what the note said. It said, we are ready to talk, contact us. And we didn't really know that before. And then there was no activity after that.
I don't think it's him.
So what do you think that means? Because if the motivation was money and now you've got the Guthrie family establishing contact, but then no response.
Unfortunately, Brian, I think that perhaps she passed away in that time frame. Yeah. That he realized that he no longer had what they wanted, and probably then cut off all communication. He also may have, see, I told you before, I believe that the offender showed what was important to him in his actions. And he sent this note, these 2 ransom notes, to the media. Generally, that is the opposite of what kidnappers want to do.
Yep.
They don't want the media involved.
That's the last people you want involved. You don't want to make the story bigger. If this is a true ransom, right? You don't want to make the story bigger. You want to make it smaller. But if this person did it, he may be trying to throw people off. I think if these letters, the 2 letters, are real, in my opinion, it is just about throwing them off. I don't believe it was ever a true ransom letter at all.
Because the media being involved means that the police will also be involved immediately. And that is something that really...
First thing in ransom, right? In a ransom letter, which we're going to go over statistics here in a minute, how rare it is. It's usually, if you call the police, they die. First thing.
Distinguishes this case from most other kidnapping cases that we've seen. And that is the secrecy element helps them in terms of getting paid and getting away. The most vulnerable point is usually the point of exchange, where the person is traded for the money. And Bitcoin,
and quickly,
actually helps prevent that vulnerable
and quickly, and they want the money quickly. They don't want to sit there and babysit an 84-year-old. Let's get real, people. That's not what they want to do.
Point for the offender. So he could have actually done that, collected the money, and then disappeared. But for whatever reason, I believe they may have gotten nervous about the situation because of that communication. I don't know. I'm sure that the communication was made to try to sort of get them to communicate, and then in that communication to get.
Y'all don't hear it? Okay, Susie. Okay. It must be just you, Susie. Okay. All right. I just making sure. I personally don't think the family is involved, but I also don't understand the whole thing. They never took. Okay.
Get more information from them and to verify, to get proof of life, things like that. So it's a very, it's just a tragic set of circumstances that he never replied to that that communication from the Guthries. But like I said, I think it indicates that something really bad happened at that point.
What do you think is going through, I say his, I mean, we're assuming it's a man, mind now?
Well, I'm pretty sure that was a man we saw in the video.
Yeah.
And I would be pretty confident saying that I just don't see any evidence of other people involved. Now, could there be other people involved? Sure. Could they have been involved and not at the scene? Sure. But there's no evidence to me that there are more than one offenders here. For example, if there's 3 different shoe print patterns in the blood stains, spatters, that would tell me that's something. But they may get 2 different kinds of DNA from the house that seem to be associated. But I just don't see that. I'm not aware of any of that evidence. So I would withhold any judgment about whether there were more than just the one person we knew. But what is going through his mind is likely, did I actually get away with this? Was I able to permanently conceal her body? And will there be any way that they won't be able to tie it to me? I think knowing and I would say absolutely watching every bit of coverage that there is on this case, perhaps even talking to people about it to try to find out more information, or even setting up an alibi with other people. In other words, that he was somewhere else and could not have been involved, those kinds of things. But I do believe that he likely has done or is doing everything he can to change his appearance, to change the appearance of his car, whatever vehicle he used, maybe get rid of it, sell it like Rex Heuermann did, get as much distance between himself and this crime scene as possible, and also as much distance between himself and the victim as possible. So leaving town for an emergency, staying away for a period of time until everything calms down. But I firmly believe that the mistakes that this offender made during the course of committing this crime and afterwards, and even before actually committing the crime in the pre-attack surveillance that appears to have happened, that he will be caught because of that. And it may be DNA through forensic genetic genealogy. It may be because somebody notices his behavioral changes. It may be because he leaked out information before and after these events that are going to tip somebody off, and they're going to call law enforcement.
I hope they call law enforcement. Carrie Clark, thank you so much, my dear. I missed that earlier. I apologize. Thank you so very much for your support. Really, really appreciate that, my dear. It really is, to think what she went through. Every expert has said it will be solved. That gives me hope. I believe this will be solved. I do. let's do a poll on that. Do you think this will be solved? Yes, no, unsure. Okay, if you type 1 for yes in chat, it'll add it to the poll. Type 2 for no, and 3 for unsure. But I want it done today. Human behaviors are human behaviors mostly. Yep. Wow. So far we're at 69% yes, 12% no, 26% unsure. That's very interesting. Love you, Pam. What about 4 for hope so? Well, we all hope so, right? Just what you're feeling on it. But a few years, just like Michael Vaughn case, I think it could come at any time, or it might take a while. Justin, you know if Nancy had any friends in the elderly home down the street? I know she played her game that she played down the street. I don't remember. But I don't know if it was at the elderly home or not. I think that the labs will solve it. Yeah, I do too. So we're at 66% yes, 10% no, and 24% unsure. So I'm more than optimistic. Most people are fairly optimistic that this will be solved. I think it may take, again, it could be soon that this is solved. It may take more than a year. It's just depends on how they how much they got, how quick they're putting it together. I'm not confident. And that's the thing. Like, this could be a nobody case as well. But, Nancy is out there. Her remains are out there somewhere right now. And it's like nobody's looking, which pisses me off, Sheriff Nanos. That really pisses me off that nobody else is looking.
If he's more of an amateur, as you say, and because he made these mistakes, does that mean he would be more paranoid now, less confident?
I believe so. Absolutely. Yeah. Interesting. And that's why he would try.
I mean, if nobody has called in, right? If nobody has called in and spoken of who they're, because this guy has family, right? He has friends. He has a community around him. And if nobody has called in, they know in their heart that this is their loved one, or really suspect it.
To change as much as he can to create not only distance but appearance differences, so that, and that could be to
that's very interesting. I want to hear what he has to say here. That's why guess what, and I think, and I agree, Ginger, I don't think this guy looks like some big badass criminal in daily life. I'm not convinced that this guy looks like this big burly ass criminal. I think this guy, like I always said, I believe he takes care of himself, all of that. and but he probably has changed his looks as significant as he can. Again, whether that is shaving off his goatee, changed his hair color, right? I mean, there's even people that get which I don't think in this case, but there's people that even get plastic surgery after they've done a crime, especially if they're on the run. You'll see that.
Himself and as well to his vehicle.
And there's been some concern. I mean, the sheriff has said, we have concern the person could do this again, but it sounds like based on your profile, at least to me, that's probably not likely.
I would say that I don't see really any indication that he's done this before, and therefore I don't see any indication that he'd do it again. However, this could be because we generally see in serial offenders, we generally see an escalation from precursor crimes. For example,
this is interesting. Let me show you this.
Those precursor crimes would be peeping and burglaries. And then maybe this was the first time he escalated to actual abduction. But it's very difficult to know that from the amount of information.
Look at this, guys. You see this photo? You see this photo right here? Look at those trash cans. I don't see... someone was saying that she had a dolly or something, though, but I don't see the dolly anywhere. Burley, thank you so much, my friend. Really, really do appreciate that support. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Thank you so much, my friend. Really appreciate that very much. Is not going to open up. They want... No, FBI doesn't say shit. Nothing at all. So she has at least two of them. At least two of them there. The burglary afterwards was yesterday. What do you mean? It will, Kirsty. I think that they will find some DNA. Absolutely. Yes, thank you, Burley. Appreciate you. That could have be the tire mark. Yes, I agree. I get that he was clumsy with the camera and weeds, but the mustache appears to be... no, the mustache isn't drawn. That's a real mustache. It's a real mustache.
Information we have. I mean, I would love to know all the information from the crime scene. I think it would be much easier to make that determination then. But I do believe that his motivation was strong.
It had to be.
He carried this out even...
He had to have strong motivation to do this. I mean, for anybody who's... I mean, think about this. Again, if this guy was there on the 11th, which appears to reportedly be, but again, the reports are everywhere in this case. This was premeditated, pre-planned, executed, carried out, right? In their house, burglarized afterwards. Yeah. Okay, there was 2 unalivings yesterday. Elderly couple that was in their house was burglarized afterwards. And you see, that's... I don't think that is this, though, right? That's what you expect, is if they take something, right? And they don't take their remains either. The goal was Nancy. The goal was Nancy. That was the goal.
Despite the fact that at some point she did not actually cooperate, but he was able to control her after that, before and after that incident where she most likely stood up to him and tried to fight him or refused to go any further. And I think that it could be, in terms of motivations, that strong motivation could have its basis in a few different things. One could be
Princess, this is the thing. Do I think the family is involved? I'll say this. I have not cleared the local family, in my opinion. I think that it would be I think there's a lot of strange things about this case. Like, we went over them keeping the car longer than anybody, them continually keep going back to the house, Tommaso and Annie's house, them taking stuff out of there again. I there was no need for them to be in Tommaso and Annie's house if they didn't. I understand you got to look at the family, right? I get that. You have to look at the family. You have to look at the people around, the closest people. But you had to get a warrant to take things out of that house. And you have to be very specific on what you're there to look for, what room it's in, why, who, what, when, where. A warrant has to say. Where did they say that, Brandy? I haven't seen that. I'm surprised an expert says he doesn't see signs. They've done this before. I've got the sense he was calm and confident in the video. This evolves from experience, in my opinion. I don't think this guy is someone that does this a lot. I don't get that feeling. They got the warrant to cover their tracks in case for trial. In my opinion. Oh, I mean, absolutely. But again, I mean, of course, they're gonna. They have to start there with the family. But with them continually going back, keeping the vehicle as long as they did, and just to me the is it a coincidence that this happened right after she was dropped off? I don't know, but I think there's some weird things about it. But again, I will say 100%, this is not Tommaso. It is not Tommaso. That is 100. Okay, Ginger, let me look at it.
Basically this financial reason, and that could be enough. That could be the sole reason. And if that's the case, generally that's either because he was aware of her connection to Savannah and thought that this family has a lot of money, or because of the location of the house, that this house indicated the family has a lot of money. But he must have engaged in either pre-attack surveillance, or he had some contact with this family in the last months or years, in which he determined that Nancy lived alone and was vulnerable, and because of her daughter, that the daughter would be willing to pay significantly for the return of her mother.
Yeah, it seems, financial motivation makes the most sense, but I did wonder when we learned that that this person never responded in the Bitcoin account.
Okay, I got a picture of that or a video of that dolly now as well. Where did you send the video? Ginger. I didn't get anything from you. Can you send it again, babe?
When the Guthries, it seems like, reached out, it made me wonder, could the person be wanting to like torture them in a way,
I didn't get
like
it.
mentally, like by
Yes,
not
well,
responding?
that's the other motive, which is a potential stalking motive. In other words, generally people who engage in stalking have some fantasy that they've built up in their mind that this person that they're fixated on should be with them and should listen to them and should pay
Exactly.
attention to them.
This is not
And
that.
when they don't get that kind of reaction from the person, then they, can escalate. And this could be an escalation to get the attention of Nancy. Excuse me. This could be an escalation to get the attention of Savannah, and it certainly did accomplish that goal because Savannah made direct pleas to the abductor and and was listening to the abductor at that point. And so
Yeah, and that's very interesting, Brandy. To me, Perp never responded to last Bitcoin note from family. That's very interesting as well, because again, the second letter said no, time is no longer of the essence. I think, again, that just shows that this was to try to throw them off, in my opinion. Also, some stuff coming out about Nanos we're going to talk about here in just a minute. Anyone know what is going on in Tucson? Tucson says canines out, helicopters, police going door to door. They said Midtown. From what I understand, it's unrelated to Nancy. I know that, but I don't know.
that in and of itself could have accomplished, seeing the pain and suffering in Savannah's face, that could have accomplished what
Thank
this
you.
offender had wanted to do, because he may have gotten angry about her not paying him attention, even if he never actually reached out to her and the fantasy was all in his mind.
Yeah, Ginger. Ginger, I actually found that today, that interview, and I'm going to show that here in a minute. He, you could tell he was really nervous in that interview, and what he says about the second, yeah, I'm going to show it in just a minute.
That could be what motivated this. It
Very,
could also be that he had some tangential connection through working on the house, the pool, the yard, or delivering, or even Ubering or lifting Nancy. All of those interactions could have innocently given him information that he then used to pull off this crime.
And you mentioned like Savannah's emotions. I mean, just because you work with so many victims too, I've wondered, her just being in this limbo, not knowing what happened to her mom, not knowing who's responsible, not knowing whether that person could be a danger to her and her family. How do victims like deal with that? How have you told people to cope with that? Because at least, I mean, if her mom was found and it was awful and sad, and her mom was, at least I guess there's some kind of resolution. But when there's not, I mean, she's gone back to work. How do you do that?
It's extremely difficult, and I've been amazed over the
okay. All right, we're going to stop right there and move along in this, because if not, I'll be here for 4 more hours on this, because I can talk about this all day long. So very interesting what I'm going to show you here. Sheriff Nanos did a interview with News Nation on Valentine's Day. And I want to show you what he talks about here. Very, very interesting what he says. Yes, stay 4 more hours. I never said anyone was cleared. I said FBI task force expanded their search. Oh, gotcha. Okay. I set my candy bar down and my dog fought me for it. I have to move her to get it. Well, guess what happened to me today? I went to McDonald's and got 2 McChickens, and I look, and Pearl is in. So I have a Denali, a GMC Yukon Denali, and it's a big car, right? Pearl's in the back eating my McChicken. So I feel your pain, girl. I feel your pain. Yeah. She's back there just smacking her mouth. Just, I'm like, you bitch for doing that. I think I might have got it on video. If I'll do, I'll share it with you. I was like, you bitch, you took my McChicken.
That you have found DNA that does not match anybody.
They gave her a monkey cup at McDonald's with the whipped cream because she loves the whipped cream. But apparently that wasn't good enough. She wanted a McChicken.
In the Guthrie family does not match anybody working
Listen
for
to this
Nancy
right
Guthrie
here.
inside her home. This sounds like this could be a significant lead.
Well, we found DNA and we eliminated some people, yes. And yes, it's significant when we find somebody that certainly matches that for sure. But right now, there's a lot of significant leads we're working. I think that video was very key to us, and we're tracking down some things there too. So we as of what's today? I'm sorry, it's Friday. So as of Wednesday, we had over 18,000 leads here. The FBI had some 14, 15,000 leads there. We put that video out, and in less than a couple hours, we have almost another 5,000 leads.
Wow.
We're probably close to 40, 50,000 today, but we want those leads. We need those leads. We need people to keep calling us and sending us things, and because that's what's going to solve this case.
Presumably, you've run that DNA against CODIS, which is the database for people who've been convicted of crimes and did not find a match.
I don't know where they're at, but correct. We have no match. I don't know how. There's a lot of work to do with DNA and splitting it and mixtures and different things, way above my grade. I just allow my team. They deal with this stuff all the time. They're the experts, the FBI as well.
I didn't get a video of it, but I got a picture of it. 1 second. Here was Pearl today in the back of my car, eating my McChicken. She went straight to the back. She took that and went straight to the back and got it. Oh, yeah, because she knows I can't get back there. Very smart. Very smart. I was like, you bitch. Monkita. Yeah, she's going to look like Monkita. She keeps up eating my McChickens. I was like, you just had whipped cream. Justin has the most relaxing and calming voice. And the reason I love being here. Aw, thank you. Thank you so much. What kind of doggy? She's a spider monkey. She's a monkey. Let me zoom in. See, she's got long arms. And there's her body and there's her tail. Yep. That's her. Right there. She took it out of the wrapping and she's going to eat the mayonnaise first. Oh, God. Oh, hold on. I think I got one more, maybe. Oh, actually. She because I got my vehicle yesterday. I haven't had it for 6 weeks. It's been in the shop. And she loves to lay in the sun, little ass showing. So I get quite the looks sometimes when I'm driving, and they'll be like, "A monkey." She just lays right there and basks in the sun like a cat. Yeah, spider monkeys love heat. If it's 100 outside, she is enjoying it. I got the monkey cup. The monkey cup. Yeah, she's growing way too fast. Way, way, way too fast. Let me see here. You can see this a little bit better. This one right here. Right there. Yeah. Will she get much bigger? She'll fill out a little bit more, but she'll grow a little bit more, yeah. A little bit more. Okay, here we go. He says something very, very interesting in this 6 weeks mission. Yeah. A car. I haven't had a car for 6 weeks. So yesterday I finally got it back. It's terrible.
And we let them come to us and tell us what it is they need, and we help them with that.
Did you find this DNA inside the house or outside the house?
I can't go there. I'm sorry.
But it was near the house. I mean,
Listen.
it wasn't, at some random place 2 miles away.
It was, well, the DNA we worked with was the DNA from that house the morning we went out and processed that crime scene.
You obviously, this door cam video was a huge, significant breakthrough for you. Are you also working on retrieving video from the Nest cameras that were inside Nancy Guthrie's home or perhaps in other places on her property?
Yeah, I won't say where they were located, but I will say this. Yes, we had several cameras that we took and gave. That's part of the story was the sheriff's holding back from the FBI or block. That's furthest from the truth. I don't know where that comes from. We came in that morning on Sunday or Monday morning, I guess it is now, took our evidence. My team says we're going to send ours to the lab. It's a lab we use.
Listen to him.
They're in Florida now, but I think years ago they may have been in Arizona. I don't know. They put in a bid every year or every couple of years, and they win it. They're a good lab. They've done great work.
They are a good lab. Nobody argues that, but you could have given it to the FBI and they could have done it quick. That one's not mine, Maurice. That one's not mine. Oh, Shannon, it was so bad.
Solved cases before.
So
FBI
bad.
has a great lab. They've solved some cases for us. That wasn't the issue here. The issue was
Really?
we submitted our evidence from that crime scene to there. We also had some hard evidence, what I consider hard, physical cameras, phones, computers, things like that.
Cameras, phones, computers, things like that. Okay. He's very nervous in this interview. And he speaks out a couple times here. Also, a neighbor with the same camera said she gets thumbnail alerts when the camera takes a pic. They are sent to her smartphone. She doesn't have a subscription. Does Nancy have those too? Yes. When Nancy did not have a subscription, and she does get thumbnails. Yes.
And we knew the FBI has the best resources for those items to be analyzed. And that morning, people said, "Oh, you waited too."
Do you hear what he just said? He just contradicts the hell out of himself right there. He said, we know the FBI has the best, what did he say? How did he say it?
Computers, things like that. And we knew the FBI has the best resources for those items.
We knew the FBI has the best resources for those items. Yeah, just like they do for testing and all that. But where were you, Nanos?
to be analyzed. And that morning, people say, "Oh, you waited too long to call." We called them that morning, 8 o'clock. They immediately said, "Sheriff, whatever you need." And they were attached to it. In fact, you just have to look at the press conferences that day, or I think it was Tuesday, the day after. Who's standing behind me? The FBI.
Right.
The next press conference, FBI. So
But
we have a relationship here with the FBI
He's
that is
overplaying
not
this.
just vital to the FBI. It's not just vital to my department.
He's way
It is
overplaying.
vital to this community. And that relationship has lasted for 30, 40 years, as far as I know. We've always sent people to work in their building with their agents. They've had people at our place to work with us. To suggest that this sheriff would tell the FBI no on anything, that's crazy. What
so
we do is we sit-
these reports,
Listen to
these
this.
reports that we have gotten that the FBI is frustrated that they feel you're not cooperating are completely false.
I agree, they're completely false. At this local level, I don't know what's going on in Washington. I
He said
respect
something very
Washington
interesting up here.
because they have a job to do too. That's my team's, my FBI team here locally. That's their boss, and they have right to make decisions as bosses. I have bosses too. That's my community, and so we sit down with their local leadership here, the SAC and the ASAC from Phoenix and Tucson.
You're a sack.
And we talk about these things. I've spent more time talking to you, probably 10 times more, than talking to the SACs about this DNA going to their lab or our lab. It was nothing more than simply a matter of, I have a lab that has all of our evidence. They have our markers for the family and people we want. Maybe it's the landscaper, the pool guy, all of those there. Why would I send? And then we had another crime scene at a scene we did a search warrant on.
He says, we have the markers for the family. Maybe it's the landscaper. Maybe it's the pool guy. Okay.
All that stuff went to our labs. And so when they bought me the glove that was found some 2 miles away, they said, we'll send it to our lab. I said, well, why do that? Let's just keep it all in one place.
Keep it all in one place. Okay.
Why? You should have kept it all in one place at FBI.
We should say for our audience that the SAC is the special agent in charge at the FBI. Getting back.
Did he
to
say
the-
it yet?
And then we had another.
Did he say
we
it?
have our markers for the family and people we want. Maybe it's the landscaper, the pool guy, all of those there. Why would I send? And then we had another crime scene at a scene we did a search warrant on. All of that.
There we go. There he said it. Did you hear that? Did you hear what he just said? Do you hear it?
That has all of our evidence. They have our markers for the family and people we want. Maybe it's the landscaper, the pool guy, all of those there. Why would I send? And then we had another crime scene at a scene we did a search warrant on. All that stuff went to our labs.
Another, yes. Another crime scene. Or other crime scene.
Here, the SAC and the ASAC from Phoenix and Tucson, and we talk about these things. I've spent more time talking to you, probably 10 times more, than talking to the SACs about this DNA going to their lab or our lab. It was nothing more than simply a matter of, I have a lab that has all of our evidence. They have our markers for the family and people we want. Maybe it's the landscaper, the pool guy, all of those there. Why would I send? And then we had another crime scene at a scene we did a search warrant on. All of that.
And we had another crime scene that we did a search warrant on. What is, like, they went to another location. I don't know, Clad Queen. Okay, let's wait a second. Okay, wait a second. Wait a second. All right. When did they go to Carlos's? Hold on, I'll tell you. 1 second. The 11th. They went there on the 11th. February 11th. And this was dropped the 14th. The only two places that they went before that is Carlos's and Annie and Tommaso's. The vehicle used may have been ditched. Who uses their own car to kidnap someone? Luke was after this. Let me see here. Hold on. Okay, I take that back. It was February 13th. So they had done Luke's the day before this. Yep, Friday the 13th. That's exactly right. Very interesting. Very interesting. The day before, they were at Luke's. AMG, I don't know though. They haven't really. They had done Tommaso's home, Carlos's home, Luke's Daly's home, all before this. This was Valentine's Day. This was February 14th. The day before, they had done Luke's. Carlos's was February 11th. 12, 13, 14. They don't take evidence bags out of a search warrant for nothing. Well, they don't do search warrants for nothing either. Whoever it was, he used the word crime scene. Yeah. I couldn't get a body in a Kia Soul unless it was folded into quarters. Oh, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised what you can get in. Oh, yeah. He used the word crime scene. He says it out of almost like nervouses. I love it when you put dates together, Justin. That's totally different than a search warrant, in my opinion. Well, a search warrant is just a search warrant, but he says this is a crime scene. He got diarrhea of the mouth right there, yes. Luke's, they didn't, or not Luke's, Carlos's, they didn't stay very long.
that has all of our evidence. They have
Hold on.
I've spent more time talking to you, probably 10 times more, than talking to Sachs about this DNA going to their lab or our lab. It was nothing more than simply a matter of, I have a lab that has all of our evidence. They have our markers for the family and people we want. Maybe it's the landscaper, the pool guy, all of those there. Why would I send? And then we had another crime scene up there.
See, this is the thing. He fucked up when he said this, because he goes. It's very interesting, his thought process, because we learned this. He goes from naming potential suspects, the lawn or the gardener or the lawn keeper, the pool boy, and then he goes and says, kind of off the cuff, and this crime scene. Listen how he says it.
Markers for the family and people we want. Maybe it's the landscaper, the pool guy, all of those there. Why would I send? And then we had another crime scene up at a scene we did a search warrant on.
He stops what he's saying. He stops what he's saying and then says that. Mm-hmm.
All that stuff went to our labs. And so when they bought me the glove that was found some 2 miles away, they said, we'll send it to our lab. I said, well, why do that? Let's just keep it all in one place.
Keep it all in one place. Okay, we should say for our audience that the SAC is the special agent in charge at the FBI. Getting back to the other Nest cameras, when do you think we might see how, I mean, I know this is an arduous process. Google helped out with the doorbell cam. When might we see the video from the other cameras?
Let me see what he was saying back there.
Another crime scene, all of those there. Why would I send? And then we had another crime scene.
Why would I send more?
At a scene we did a search warrant on. All that stuff went to our labs. And so when they bought me the glove that was found some 2 miles away, they said, we'll send it to our lab. I said, well, why do that? Let's just keep it all in one place.
Keep it all in one place. Okay, we should say for our audience that the SAC is the special agent in charge at the FBI. Getting back to the other
Daly
Nest
was more.
cameras, when do you think we might see how, I mean, I know this is an arduous process. Google helped out with the doorbell cam. When might we see the video from the other cameras?
You know, we looked at it and said, you know, the FBI, you guys take this on. Just like the ransom notes, they're great at that. They handle it. They deal with it. They got some of it back. What you saw, that one video, that's key. That front door video was so key to us. We're hopeful that the other cameras can be done the same with, but we've not heard. We know they were submitted.
He's so nervous here.
I think to Google, and Google said, we'll try our best, but we've not heard back.
A neighbor, you put out an alert yesterday asking people to recheck all their security cameras, even their car cameras, because Teslas, for example, have recordings. You asked everybody to check from January 1st until February 2nd, which is a massive time frame. There has been video that has emerged from January 23rd, and this is from a home about 6 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home. It shows a man on the front step at about 5 a.m. Are you investigating this? And do you know whether it's related?
Sorry, I was muted.
So
I want to say something about these videos. I don't think any of these videos has anything to do with Nancy Guthrie. If they're breaking in, if it's another crime, they're going to wear something over their face as well. People don't think of that. If this guy is at another place breaking in, he's going to be wearing something over his face as well. He's not going to hide his face one place and not hide his face another place. Tucson is known for burglaries.
Like you suggest, a lot of video to go through. And this is one of them that we were alerted to, and we're looking at it. I allow the team, my team, the FBI team, those men and women who do the work, they take this as it is nothing more than a lead, just like other leads. And they're taking it and they'll do everything they can to work with it and see, does it tie into ours? Right now, the belief is not really, but we're not dismissing it. We're still looking into it.
And you also asked for a specific date. I believe it was January 11th for neighbors to search. Why that date?
Well, I'm not real sure about all that with dates. I know we think of a search pattern. We come in and we fly over, we have ground troops, we do a search pattern. We come back the next day and we look at it, did we miss anything? And we kind of go over it again. And once we feel good about that, we expand that search pattern. The same with dates, timeframes. Did we limit ourselves when we said, we want to know what happened between the 1st of February and the 2nd of February, or the 31st of January and the 1st of February? Maybe, but we know that there's more info out there, so we're expanding it. Is January 11th a specific date with specific ties to it? I don't know that. I allow my team to work, and they trust me. They do tremendous work, and we support this.
Are you still treating this case as a kidnapping, or are you also treating this as a possible homicide?
So, yes, it's definitely a kidnapping. As for a homicide, we are working under the belief that she's still out there somewhere. The family believes that. I believe that. Why would we think otherwise? There's people say, well, there's no proof of life.
Listen to this.
There's no proof of death either. Sometimes hope is all we've got.
Now, on the 14th, which again, this is Nanos. Yeah, he micromanages everything. He says that there's no proof of life, there's no proof of death. I think that's quite interesting.
I've got a team of 400 officers out there from the state, the feds, the locals. They're working hard, not just for 8 to, they're 24/7.
And out of that 400 officers, you have the lead homicide with someone who's only been there 3 years and has never actually solved a homicide or been in homicide.
And they're out there right now as we speak, and they need to have that hope too, and they do.
In cases like this, it is standard protocol. Investigators
Everything,
first start
Sherry.
with the
I did
small
everything.
circle of immediate family and very close friends and eliminate them and then work their way out. Have you completely eliminated any member of the Guthrie family?
I will say this. I don't believe you eliminate anybody ever, because
She asked him, not the other Sherry. She asked him that, have you eliminated the family? I don't believe you ever eliminate anybody. Come again? Then why should we be ashamed of ourselves, Nanos?
the state, the feds, the locals, they're working hard, not just for 8 to, they're 24/7.
Yeah.
And they're out there right now as we speak, and they need to have that hope too, and they do.
In cases like this, it is standard protocol. Investigators first start with the small circle of immediate family and very close friends and eliminate them and then work their way out. Have you completely eliminated any member of the Guthrie family?
I will say this. I don't believe you eliminate anybody ever.
Okay. Now, her question was, you start with the family and work your way out. Have you eliminated anybody in the family? Or have you eliminated the family out? And he says, I don't think you eliminate anybody out. So have you not worked past that the family is not involved? You can't work your way out if you haven't cleared them. You haven't worked your way out if you haven't cleared them. Right?
Because take the gentleman in Rio Rico where we went and did a search warrant.
Right.
We talked to him. We felt comfortable.
Okay. Now he's bringing up Carlos. Listen to this.
And they need to have that hope too, and they do.
In cases like this, it is standard protocol. Investigators first start with the small circle of immediate family and very close friends and eliminate them and then work their way out. Have you completely eliminated any member of the Guthrie family?
I will say this. I don't believe you eliminate anybody ever, because take the gentleman in Rio Rico where we went and did a search warrant.
Right.
We talked to him. We felt comfortable with what he said. We checked into his story and we felt like, okay, maybe there's not, but you don't know that, because what if the stuff we sent to the lab comes back and says, hey, you have Nancy's DNA here. So you can't really ever eliminate anybody. What we do is we chase that lead down to an end.
Okay. So he says this about Carlos. We went to his house. We felt comfortable with what he said. But, what if something comes back with the lab? Why are you answering the thing about Carlos, but you're not answering the thing about the family? Just asking. Now, he is Sheriff Doofy. Love you, Shannon. He is Sheriff Doofy, and I get that. But to me, that's interesting. She asked specifically about the family. Have you cleared or eliminated? We can't clear or eliminate anybody. Then he says, just like the search warrant that we went to Carlos's house, we was comfortable with what he said. And then he says, but what if the lab comes back? Yeah. Yes or no? Yes or no, Nanos? Yes or no?
And go, is this it? Are we satisfied? As for the family, and this is really key to me.
Okay,
And
listen.
the media and those on social media need to understand this. You don't know the harm you do when you accuse somebody of something without any facts. And this family is suffering. They are grieving. And
I agree they're suffering. I agree they're grieving. But you're not answering the question, sir. You're not answering the question. You're trying to pin the question as emotions. We know the emotions are there naturally. It's something horrible that has happened. But answer the question.
And they have done nothing but cooperate with us all the way, every step of the way.
Cooperation doesn't mean cleared.
My heart goes out to them. Have they been eliminated? Like I say, nobody's ever eliminated until we find who we're looking for. That video, someone knows who that is. That's who we need. We need somebody to tell us this is who this man is.
Look how red his
And very
face is.
quickly, you brought up the glove that was found about 2 miles away. Do you think that glove was dropped by whoever took Nancy Guthrie?
Well, every piece of evidence, just like every clue, is vital. And I would never tell my community, oh, don't bother us with that. Don't bother. But that glove was 2 miles away. So we prioritize it. We look at it. We'd be crazy not to go and pick that up and look at it. But since then, we've had reports of gloves being found 5-10 miles away. we still go out there and grab those, and we look into it, and we prioritize it and prepare it for processing of evidence.
But you haven't discovered whether or not Nancy Guthrie's DNA was on that glove.
The glove was sent for DNA, and that's all I know right
You're
now.
still waiting. I'm sure if her DNA was on that sheriff, you would have been the first person to get that phone call.
I would hope so.
Do you have any doubt you're
Look
going to
how
solve
red
this
he
case?
is.
Do you have any doubt we're ever going to know what happened?
No, I have complete trust in my team. This is a team of young men and women, and now we have several teams of young men and women who do this every day. I would put their work up against anybody. Their homicide rate solvency is probably closest to 100% of any city this size. We're going to solve this. We're going to find this person, and we're going to find Nancy.
Sheriff Chris Nanos, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for
That's a very interesting, the discussion for Nanos to have. He is arguing with the questioner. He can't think on his feet. No, he can't. Okay, I want to show you this. We were talking about that dolly earlier. Here we go. Guys, we are at 900 thumbs up. We are 100 away from a chicken party. Please hit that thumbs up button or double tap that screen. And if we get to 1,000 thumbs up, we have a chicken party. You don't want to miss the chicken party. I'm just saying. It's the best thing on YouTube. I'm glad we're going back through these, Justin. Yeah. Okay. Let me see where the timestamp is on this. Bear with me. It is at 30. Did I trash it? Okay. It was at, give me a second. I think we're almost there. Okay. Right here.
Doing.
There's a dolly back here.
Shark. Early out there. Okay. I mean, what?
Where's the dolly?
The heck is going on? Dog is the best too, man. Through the footage. Hey, Elizabeth, welcome to the Shark family. Hey, what's up, guys?
I want to watch these one day whenever the FBI, just what they're doing. I just want to watch their body language one day. It's the yellow. That might be a dolly. Let me look at that. That's a dolly. That damn sure is. I zoomed in. Look at this. That damn sure is a dolly. The bars, wheel, and a wheel. That damn sure is a dolly. See the wheel? And the other wheel. Bar, and then they have motherfucker. Look at those wheels. Those other wheels right there. Let me show you. That's exactly what I said that I believe that is. Look at this. Let me show you. One second. This is not the this is the style. It's not the exact same dolly, but it's the style that we're looking for. Look at this. Those would make those marks in. Yep. Those would make it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That is a dolly, if I ever seen one. Bar, wheel, the big wheels. You can also lay it down so you can carry something bigger on it. So what you do, you pull that out and then you lay it down and then you drop the bars down in it, because I have one. Right here. So there's bars. You can pull this bar out, right? And then you lay this down horizontal. And then you put those bars in there. Nope, I'm not muted, baby. Hmm. 28 likes to 1,000 thumbs up. Double tap that screen. Become a member. Become part of the Pearl family. All that stuff. Look at this. Look at this. Now, actually, let me do it like this. That's not it. That's, okay, here it is. Let me look bigger. All right. Here we go. Look at these. Right here. Right there. Line, line. Line, 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 line. But your description was spot on, Justin. That dolly does not look like it's been moved, in my opinion. Maybe. Don't know. He was there long enough, that's for sure. Yeah, absolutely. I hope they took measurements, and you can't really get any castings from this, unfortunately. Right? Hold on, let's look at something here. Let me look at something here. All right. I'm thinking of something here. Just give me a second. Where is that thing? Let me see. Where is this? At. This is around. Where is this at? Is this at the garage? Right there. Okay, I know where it's at now. Okay, let me look here. Okay, it's right here. And is that where they keep? That's where they keep the trash cans. Okay. So look at this. All right. This is where they keep the trash cans. But look at these wheels. Look at these. You see this? This could be tires. It could be from the trash can as well. We don't know. It could be where they go in and out and they're turning around or whatever. But you can see other wheels as well. This is where the dolly's at. Right there. Savannah said what, Becky? Honey? If he had to use it, that would mean to me he acted alone, in my opinion. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, I feel the scene was so insecure that we really can't say if any of these are more. I agree. I mean, simply real. They didn't even put caution tape up. Can you believe that? There was not even fucking caution tape up. Just crazy. Someone said Savannah said that Nancy was wheeled out on a stretcher. I've never heard that. A blood spatter expert said Nancy was lying. Yeah, we watched that. We watched that. Justin, did you see what I thought? Is this why the back doors were propped open? I don't know. Okay. Savannah said the doors were open in back like they were wheeled out on a stretcher. Yeah. Got you. Oh, yeah, they wrecked the crime scene. Right, for the dolly. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a very good point, Ginger, right? So think about it like this. Like, I always thought that they propped the door open, like if they were helping her out or if they were going to carry her out. But then I think, in my opinion, they thought, okay, well, let me go through the front because I can get my car closer. Again, whether she was alive or not, right? I wonder what they found at Annie's. Good question. Good question. Hold on. That just made me think of something, Julie. Didn't they take out a table in Annie's house? Was it a card table? The Looking Glass, 18 months? Girl, how you Doing? How you doing, man? Thank you so much for your support. Really do appreciate you, my darling. Much love. Hi, Justin. If you're well, I am Looking Glass. Thank you so very much. So they took out things in bags, did something in the garage. They took out a table from Nancy's, or not Nancy's, Tommaso and Annie's. To put evidence on. Okay. I knew they took a lot of bags out. Hold on. Let me look at this. Nancy Guthrie, evidence. Let me see if I can find a picture here. Okay, hold on. This is old, but I want to see this real quick. This is very interesting. I'm trying to put something together.
Back to the live drone shot, Connell, because this is happening right now and it's not very far from where I'm standing outside of Nancy Guthrie's house. There are FBI teams that have come back into the neighborhood yet again and are going door to door, are talking to neighbors, trying to see if they found any, if they've seen anything. And then they're also searching. They're searching along the roadways and they're going into the brush along the roadway. And the New York Post is now reporting that this afternoon they found a black glove about a mile and a half from videos.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Questions, got in the SUV and left. So yeah, this is the video right here. You can see where they're coming out right there, while wearing the glove. Also went and got the mail out of the mail house, came out with a brown paper gray SUV, wearing gloves, went inside the house, came out with a brown paper bag, and then also went and got the mail out of the mailbox, but did so while wearing the gloves, didn't answer questions, got in the SUV and left. So yeah, this is the video right here. You can see where they're coming out right there, wearing the gloves, and then you'll see he comes around the corner and eventually goes to the mailbox. Two things I was thinking, Connell, likely police officers based on the car that I saw and just wearing the gloves. It's possible they're the private security that's been working with the Guthries who went to go pick something up for them, but then why wear the gloves like that? So we're still trying to sort that out, Connell.
All right, a lot there. Brian, stay with us from Tucson as we bring in the veteran forensic investigator, Paul Ciolino, into this wider conversation. I think, Paul, with your expertise, I would actually start with the report on the glove. I mean, New York Post is saying that they found this glove, according to Brian, a mile and a half away. So you find that.
This was the second time they went there. I want to check something.
You get from that?
Well, you get DNA off of it. No question about it. And if that DNA comes back to a family member or somebody they're up on already, listen, they found that glove because they're up on someone's phone, which means they're retracing everywhere that phone's been. All the roads, that's why they're in the foothills. They're just not guessing. They have a reason for being there. So they're up on somebody's phone. They're retracing that phone's routes in the last 10 days at least, right? So that's why they're starting to, that might be why they turned up a crucial piece of evidence.
That's interesting. So you're saying, Paul, they're up on somebody's phone. We know, and Brian reported on this extensively last night, they got a guy for questioning and they let him go, a guy by the name of Carlos, like an hour south, right? So, but you're thinking that they're probably following a bunch of leads at once. Is that your point, Paul?
Yeah, they got on Carlos's phone and didn't find him anywhere near Guthries, at the time in question. So they kicked him loose fast. And they determined pretty quickly he's got nothing to do with this whole thing.
What would
they're on someone's phone.
Okay. Now, my question is, thank you for subbing and liking the video, Painted Lady. Thank you so much. Welcome. Appreciate you being here. We hit 1,000 thumbs up. Yes, y'all are amazing, amazing. Okay. Question is, this is the second time that they were at Tommaso and Annie's house. All right. They had already went, just like this guy said, they had already went to Carlos's house. They didn't go back again. They never went back again. But after they went to Carlos's house, they went back to Annie and Tommaso's house. And they came out with gloves. Okay? Listen.
That's interesting. And the fact that they found a glove, Connell, that's pretty huge. They might be on
The
the
glove
right
thing,
path.
don't worry about the
It was huge
But they came
yesterday,
out
Brian. We
with
got
gloves.
the video, right? The surveillance that we're looking at now, and
Yep.
and now, Brian, maybe this is another big one. It's just the New York Post, I think, reporting it now, right?
New York Post, Daily Mail, and what's interesting is we heard from a neighbor when the FBI came onto their property that they were looking for something that may have been dropped. That's the language that the FBI was using, which now lines up with potentially looking for the gloves, probably also looking for the backpack, the mask.
Hold on, what? Wait.
And
What? Wait.
New York Post, Daily Mail, and what's interesting is we heard from a neighbor when the FBI came onto their property that they were looking for something that may have been dropped.
Did you hear that? The New York Post, Daily Mail was speaking to a neighbor, and they were looking for something that may have been dropped. What would they have dropped? What would they have dropped? How interesting. Play that
I
again.
think reporting it now, right?
New York Post, Daily Mail, and what's interesting is we heard from a neighbor when the FBI came onto their property
Could
that
be
they
Quincy.
were looking for something that may have been dropped. That's the language
Could
that
be
the
that bright
FBI
light.
was using, which now
That's
lines
for
up
sure.
with potentially looking for the gloves, probably also looking for the backpack, the mask, and trying to figure out, these roads are so twisty and turny out here in the desert, Connell, and there's a couple of different ways to get into these neighborhoods, probably trying to determine the exact route that this person took to come in and to get out.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our.
Okay. Now, let's we're going to go to this. I got to find it. It's right here, but
Friday, and KOLD says that note, not released to the public, did not contain proof of life. Separately, some demand is $6 million received and spent about two Monday. Last night, investigators returned to Annie Guthrie's home and spent about 2.5 hours there. Our Fox News Digital reports they saw what appeared to be flashes coming from a camera inside the garage and then again in another part of the house. When they left, a deputy could be seen carrying a white container and a brown paper bag. One of the Pima County deputies was also seen wearing latex gloves as they were leaving the home. It did not appear that any family members were at the house at the time. Last night, around 7 p.m., 2 sheriff's deputies arrived here at Nancy Guthrie's home. It is unclear why, but they were seen talking to the private security guard on site. And Griff, after you asked me about investigators going through terrain again last night, we went back and
okay, I need to go back to this.
another local outlet, which received one of the original notes, says the ransom demand is $6 million in Bitcoin and are threatening Nancy Guthrie's life if it is not received by 5 p.m. Monday. Last night, investigators returned to Annie Guthrie's home and spent about 2.5 hours there. Our Fox News Digital reports they saw what
Okay, you see the lights there in the garage?
by 5 p.m. Monday.
Watch the lights
Last
in the
night,
garage.
investigators returned to Annie Guthrie's home
See the lights?
and spent about 2.5 hours there. Our Fox News Digital reports they saw what appeared to be flashes coming from a camera inside the garage and then again in another part of the house. When they left, a deputy could be seen carrying a white container and a brown paper bag. One of the Pima County deputies was also seen wearing latex gloves as they were leaving the home. It did not appear that any family members were at the house at the time. Last night, around 7 p.m., 2 sheriff's deputies arrived here at Nancy Guthrie's home.
Okay. So they were in that garage and another part of the house where there's flashes from a camera. It appears to be. Yes. Thank you, Cindy. Yes, that is Annie and Tommaso's home, not Nancy's. Okay. Then they went to Nancy's house.
It is unclear why, but they were seen talking to the private security guard on site. And Griff, after you asked me about investigators going through terrain again last night, we went back and checked our Fox flight team's video from last night. You are correct. These are images of someone in the back of the home searching with flashlights. And Rachel, on Saturday morning, you asked about the proximity of the neighbors' homes. We waited until it was daylight.
It's very interesting, in my opinion, that they were spending 2.5 hours at Annie and Tommaso's home, in the garage, in another room in the house. And then they go to Nancy's. And then they're looking for something in the backyard. And remember, after this, they go back to Annie and Tommaso's house again. Two and a half hours is a long time, Ginger.
To answer that question.
You see this light?
With
Watch this light.
And Rachel, on Saturday morning, you asked about the proximity of the neighbors' homes. We waited until it was daylight to answer that question.
So what were Nancy Guthrie's neighbors able to see and hear, and how could that help investigators? With that in mind, we wanted to give you a different point of view. So you've got Nancy's house, it's in the middle, and the lots are large enough for privacy. We walked the front of the properties, and on one side, mailbox to mailbox, it's about 300 feet. On the other side, it's a little closer. But with both homes that flank her house, there are lines of vegetation, there's space and cactus. And from what we could gather, it appears the neighbors to the back may.
Well, I mean, Sheriff Nano said second crime scene. You know, you can take that for
have the best vantage point to her home, and hopefully someone back there has a door cam pointed in the right direction.
And again, the Pima County Sheriff says at this time they have no suspects or person of interest. Back to you guys.
No, but Alicia, that video is quite instructive. It is such great reporting, because you're very right. There is chance, and we have seen, you know, it was days later that they even got to the camera that was on the roof of Nancy's house, but have they exhausted all of those potential line of sight, even despite the vegetation and rural area? You know, have they exhausted every neighboring camera? And we just don't know that, right?
We don't know at this point, and it's very well that the FBI could have some of those images or many of those images in their possession right now. But what is even difficult to see, even with the vantage point we just got you, we talked about the homes in the back. Our crew walked around, our producer walked around to the back, and you can see from there under the trees, there is a more direct line of sight. It's still hard to see from up above, but that was the impression that we got. Very curious, though, they're out there still searching again last night, 1 week ago, since she was last seen.
I have to believe that in Tucson, but maybe even across the country, a lot of elderly people buying cameras and security cameras, because this is just a reminder of how important it is to have that kind of security in case anything happens. Arizona
I can tell you that actually, as I was arriving in Tucson last Monday night, I was already receiving messages from family members and friends regarding the sheriff, and to set my expectations on what we might see here on the ground in terms of effectiveness. We have heard from other law enforcement. I've heard from family members of law enforcement here in Tucson, not hearing a great deal of confidence, and there is some concern. Sheriff Chris Nanos won his election in 2024. There was a recount. He beat the Republican here by 481 votes. So I think you are correct in your assessment there and in your observations. It was
egress or exit from the building. There probably is no other egress or exit from the building, from her home, except through the driveway if you're trying to smuggle somebody out.
If you're talking about a vehicle, Charlie,
Yeah.
is that what you mean?
Yeah.
I didn't see any kind of access from the very back side.
I mean, you'd have to go through several people's yards to get to another road from that.
Exactly, and it's not smooth. It's not a smooth walk. The smooth. If you're talking in terms of like a level place to walk, it would have to have been somewhere in the front of this area or the side of the home as well.
No, he's
and
not
remember,
the porch guy.
there
Not at all.
were drops of blood found by the front door, also a trail into the gravel. We do not know when that blood arrived there, if it was there before or after Nancy Guthrie disappeared, but we do know that the DNA testing on that, according to authorities, came back as positive for Nancy Guthrie.
All right.
Just one last question, because when we look at your great drone footage, it's daylight. But when you consider the fact that because of the light restrictions that have been in place in that area for a long time to protect wildlife and the like, it would have been extremely dark. And it would suggest that these alleged abductors were familiar with the area because it would be operating in such a dark and difficult sort of terrain.
That's a really good point,
I think
Griff,
they have two cars.
because it is, say for these television lights that are here right now lighting it up, it is pitch black. So there would have to be a certain level of knowledge, you have to imagine, and investigators have kind of made that point as well. There had to have been
Maybe, Mary,
at
I'm
least
not
some familiarity at a minimum with this location, this
There have to be.
neighborhood, knowing that there aren't a whole lot of cameras out here that can really, access the road because the homes are so far back in a lot of places. But also from what we heard, that there was probably some sort of knowledge of the technology involved in this house because there were a number of cameras inside that home. And as far as we've heard, they don't have images from inside or around the house.
I know. And again, it's how in the hell does and why does this guy not take the cameras inside, but takes the cameras outside? Or takes a camera, the doorbell camera outside. Doesn't take the ones inside, but takes it outside. There had to be knowledge about these cameras.
All right, Alicia Acuna, great
Thank you,
reporting.
Alicia. We'll be checking back in with you throughout the day.
You know, Charlie, Griff, Griff and I were talking prior to the show about those 45 minutes before she exited the house. Griff was saying, I remember going, when he goes to pick up his mom to go take her out to lunch, how long it takes to get her out of the house. I was talking about how, my mom is around the same age as Nancy Guthrie, and she's kind of like a lot of older women who are vulnerable, kind of a scaredy cat. I don't know if my mom would even survive that exit. Just thinking that Alicia said that she could have come out the front door, but did they go out on these, rockier areas? Just the fear, the terror. I mean, all of this is just a nightmare.
It is.
I mean, I can't imagine what this woman has been through.
And with that, let's bring in Bill Daly, former FBI investigator. Bill, thank you for joining us again this morning.
Good to be here.
Obviously, here we are a week later, and Rachel was talking about
A complication where we know she's had some underlying medical conditions, the pacemaker issues, step back. We hear a lot of people talk about, all kinds of details around this case, but I'd probably like to.
Details of Guthrie's family's last message. About 20 seconds long, only Savannah spoke, agreed to pay ransom, directly addressed abductors.
Highlight just two main areas. One is that.
That's a very good point. That's a very good point. That's a very good point. I've never thought about. Savannah and the family, they've never actually spoken to Nancy if she was out there alive. Justin, he didn't touch the ones on the side of the yard. Open the pool area. What do you mean? I don't know what you mean, Sassy.
You know, these letters that have been received, these ransom notes have been now received. We believe there's, you know, at least 2 series of them have been received, and confirmed by Alicia that the FBI said that they're working on that, the last letter, and have verified that it at least corresponds to the earlier letters. Again, the veracity of them overall is still perhaps in question. But I think it goes to show you that, A, we're dealing with people, at least on that side, on the communication side, you know, somewhat sophisticated. I'd probably say, you know, a handful of years ago, I would be stretched to find any kidnap case where people are using Bitcoin. Is that
yeah, that's what I'm saying. There was no other cameras touched inside the house that we're aware of, outside of the house, except for the Ring doorbell. And again, why that one? Is it because they were taking her out? He was taking her out. That would have been the only one that would have seen them taking her out.
That's typically been reserved for kind of cyber extortions, where people holding computer systems at ransom, and people who are quite familiar. Imagine somebody who's more adept at using kind of technology. And similar here is that you have to have someone who's also using technology to kind of mask their location. They're using some type of cloaking software. They're bouncing around with different servers, perhaps around the world, to disguise where they're actually communicating from. So that side is a bit more sophisticated than we've seen before. And I'd probably say that's something that you know, because of that, and because they've been quite coy in the fact that they're only communicating through these technological communications and not directly to the family. As we can see, if they were, the family wouldn't be speaking openly on a microphone. And just one other thing, I'd like to talk about the other side of this investigation. On the other side, it's a much more pragmatic one. And that is, as we talk about all these details around how Nancy, you know, has gone missing, they are looking at actually physically how she would have been moved. I mean, it's kind of completing that trail, and to see how she physically was moved and what kind of vehicle. We know from, unfortunately, the recent Brown University investigation is that, you know, people now become quite clever, changing license plates. And it's unfortunate we talk about all these things. I think the underlying issue is more and more of these criminals are learning from what they've either seen or heard, what was out there on the internet, and real cases.
They're getting smarter.
It makes it much more challenging for law enforcement.
So we're tight on time here, but could you give us sort of your
I
top
remember hearing
line
that.
view of this latest video made by Savannah and her siblings?
Sure, I'd probably say, you know, they want to make the kidnappers, assuming that they have her mother, that they are willing to pay. That they've said that very, very openly. So there's no question around that. If in the past had been kind of vague, they want to make sure that that point is driven home. And this issue of kind of the timeline, we've heard some things. We actually haven't seen any documentation, but you know, it's not that uncommon in kidnap cases where there'll be kind of threats made. Unfortunately, sometimes they're much more kind of you know, audio communicated with that kind of compels people to pay. In this case, they're now saying we're willing to pay, and they just want to know those terms and be able to work on getting their mother back. So I think that's a direct communication saying, okay, we're now at that point. We want to pay. We now need to kind of work on a proof of life, and we need to get her back.
Bill, you talked about how sophisticated this person must be, just in terms of the way they're asking to be paid through Bitcoin, et cetera. The early theory, based on the fact that these ransom notes were sent to the local media, was that this was a local guy. Do you still feel that that's the case, that this is a local Tucson or Arizona-based person? Or do you think that this could be part of a wider, you know, network, maybe a transnational thing? Or are we still working with that theory that it's somebody local?
Well, I certainly, in law enforcement, you don't like to rule anything out completely out until it's out. But, I think in this case, he also communicated with TMZ, which is located in Los Angeles. So, there's a bit of kind of that dichotomy there. So I'm not convinced that it's just a local, local incident and local communicator, somebody who's sending these messages out. I think, Rachel, to your point,
California's
well
not far
taken,
away.
is that, this person
Extremely far away.
is kind of using these various, communication devices and these outlets because
Hold
they're
on.
not communicating with the family, and that may present more of a challenge to them. I would also like to just kind of compliment, because I've been on the other side of some of these cases where the media is involved, and this obviously is being just kind of communicated out there as we see in the media. It complicates things for law.
It's Deb's birthday. Oh my God. Happy birthday, Deb. Happy birthday. It's your birthday. We're going to have a party. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Deborah. Happy birthday to you. I just lost 30 viewers when I started singing. The world is your oyster. It's up for you to find the pearls. And guess what, Deborah? We are right here, girl. Locked and loaded, ready. Happy birthday, darling. Much love to you.
Enforcement is that very little with regard to details around these
You're being
letters
pretty for the
has been
song.
communicated by these news outlets, and I
I'm
give them a tremendous amount of
playing
credit because of
singing.
the ethical aspects of this, where it's kind of a life and death, and it'd be very easy for someone to get a scoop on the story and kind of say, well, here's a copy of the letter, and they're not doing that. And I think that goes a long way to preserving the integrity of the investigation.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Good point.
All right.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bill.
All right.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart.
Okay. Okay. So it's very interesting that wait a second. Hold on. You know what I find very interesting? Okay. Follow me for a second. February 8th. February 8th, they are at Tommaso and Annie's house. Okay? Searching the garage and another room. That night, they go back to Nancy's house. They search the backyard with flashlights. The FBI is there. Or Pima County. I think it's the FBI, actually. Someone's there. Police is there. February 8th. February 11th, they go to Carlos's house. Right? All right. Hold on. Okay. February 8th or February 11th, they go to Carlos's house. 1 second. No, I take that back. February 8th, they are at Annie and Tommaso's house. February 11th, okay, February 8th, I'll get it straight in a second. They go to Annie and Tommaso's house. They stay 2.5 hours. They're searching particularly in the garage. and another room. February, or later that night, they go to Nancy's house. They search the backyard. They're allegedly looking for something that could have fell. February 11th, they go to Carlos's house, do the search warrant, all of that. February 13th, they go to Luke Daly's house. Right? One second here. Why is that not playing? Give me a second. They a device in Carlos's car pinged allegedly, in my opinion. Well, he said the only thing that they got on me is my phone. The only thing they got on me is my phone.
For questioning, how would you describe what happened to you?
Terrifying. Something I didn't do for something. I was being like, I felt like I was being kidnapped, bro, because they didn't tell me anything at the beginning.
And investigators showed up to this house, or were you the one who was pulled over in the traffic stop?
I was the one that was pulled over at the traffic stop.
Where was that?
Right here on by Chubasco.
Okay, and you were taken into custody at that point?
Yeah.
And you were
I was being detained.
Detained, okay.
I was detained the whole time.
Okay,
That's
where?
what they told me.
Where were they
At
holding
the
you?
back of a car.
Back of a car.
Miranda car, and then they moved me into a Pima County Sheriff.
Are you ever up in Tucson?
Yeah, I work in Tucson.
What do you do?
GLS, deliver packages.
Okay, do you think you might have delivered a package to Nancy Guthrie's house?
I don't know. Might have been a possibility. I don't know.
Yeah, do you ever deliver like Amazon packages or anything?
Well, it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah. So do you think you may have, did they indicate that you might have been on her property? You're not sure.
Nah, they just came up. They until right now, all I know is that they show my in-law a picture of somebody wearing a mask or something, and they supposedly look like my eyes.
Right. Okay.
That's it. That's all I know.
Okay. Jeez. How do you think they connected that case to you?
I'll go ask them, bro.
Okay, so
that's
then,
something you gotta ask them. I can't answer that question.
Did they take anything from your house tonight?
Nah, I don't know. All I can say is they took my phone.
Took your phone.
Right.
You don't have your phone right
No.
now. You were apprehended for questioning. How would you describe what happened to you?
Okay. I've not seen this.
Desde su casa en
Let me see how he walks. I don't think it's Carlos, in my opinion, but
Desde su casa en Río Rico, Arizona. En Río Rico, Arizona, y ya en libertad, Carlos Palazuelos aún no sale de la sombra.
look at that Nissan there. Hold on. There's a Nissan, silver Nissan right there. And does he speaking Spanish?
Luego de que según
They're looking through.
zona de interés en relación con el caso de
Do we have a translate button? Hold on. Spanish. Auto translate. See, I want to see what he says in the Spanish.
agentes.
Yo me orillé. I pulled over. They didn't pull me over. Yo si hubiera sentido usted se baja
Detained at a traffic
del carro,
stop
lleva a su familia en el carro
by
y lo bajan
agents.
con la
I was to the end and pulled over.
Tu familia estaba en el carro.
They didn't
Sí,
pull
andaba
me
mi esposa y
over.
mis dos hijos.
What would I have felt? You get out of the car, you have your family in the car, and they force you out at
Su
your family was there.
detención temporal
In the
sucedió
car,
horas después
yes. And my wife and 2 children were there. They
de
pointed
que se publicaran imágenes
GUNs at us. Rifles, question mark.
de un presunto
Yes, with
sospechoso enmascarado
rifles.
y armado
His temporary detention happened.
en la entrada de la casa de Guthrie.
Hours later, hours
La madrugada
after
del 1
images
de
were
febrero.
published of a suspect. I just wanted to see what he says in this Spanish one.
Pero cuando desapareció y que
Suspected mask and
según las
arms
autoridades era
at the entrance
Carlos.
of the Cabtree's house in the early morning
No conocía a nadie.
of February
Del
1st,
caso de nada.
when she disappeared, and who, according
No sé
to,
de qué me están hablando. Así como yo les dije al FBI, el condado de Santa Pima, yo no conozco.
I didn't know anyone involved in the case at all.
No conozco a ella, no la
I don't know what you're talking
conozco, no sé
about,
nada.
just like I told you.
Las autoridades también abrieron su casa por la fuerza para registrar.
The FBI in Pima County, I don't know. I don't know her.
Registrarla.
Quebraron la
I don't know her.
puerta para poder entrar.
I know nothing.
Dice que fue una pista no.
They forced into his house to search it. They broke the door to get in. He says it was an anonymous tipping that led to the agents to arrest him. The Pima County Sheriff's Office has not confirmed the identity of the person and detained for questioning, nor the reasons that led them to detain him. So this is the thing that I don't get. It can be a tip. Yeah, but you've got, Carlos said the only thing they had on me was my phone. Yeah, they never arrested him. And you've got to have a lot to do that. Have completed the search of a property in Rio Rico. The investigation of Nancy continues. Earlier, dozens of agents combined Guthrie's neighborhood. The FBI indicates that it would be an exhaustive search. And as an investigator, the most important thing is to always recognize that any clue could be even something minor. We must follow her to the end. This Wednesday marks 11 days since the disappearance of 84-year-old Guthrie, and TMZ reported they were received. Okay, I want to see if there's any more with Carlos. Okay, here's Carlos. Cryptocurrency in exchange for her sharing information
mi nombre, la verdad,
about
porque
the
yo todavía,
criminals.
yo siento que
I hope they find her, that she's
no me
okay.
aclaran.
And they resolve it.
Claudia, una pregunta. Investigadores habrían encontrado un guante negro.
Because I still feel like they still haven't clarified anything for me, Carlos says.
Cerca de la casa de Nancy Guthrie. ¿Qué más sabes de esto?
Did investigators find a black glove
Por ahora, Ilia, son
near Nancy Guthrie's
reportes iniciales,
house?
nada
What else
confirmado por parte de las
do you
autoridades,
know
pero según se
about
presume
this?
podría ser uno de los artículos
For now, these are initial
que
reports,
tenía
nothing
portando ese
confirmed by
sospechoso que hasta ahora las
but
autoridades
it is presumed that
no
it
han logrado
would be
identificar de
one
manera
of
formal,
the
mientras que
items
aquí la búsqueda continúa.
that the suspect was carrying, whom the authorities
Estamos
have
en el
not
día
yet
número
been
11 y aún sin ninguna pista
formally
de gran
identified.
avance en esta búsqueda.
While here, the search continues.
Regreso contigo.
We are
Continuamos al
on day
pendiente de
number
esta
11 and
investigación.
still
Muchas gracias,
without
Claudia.
any, I guess, person of interest is what they're going to say. Interesting. Okay. I believe mask. Okay. I believe masks have distorted facial features. I believe the double chin is a beard in there. I don't think that's Carlos at all. At all. I don't know. I find it very weird that they go again from Tommaso and Annie's home, the garage, back to Nancy's, Then a day later or two, they're at Carlos's. And then a day or two later, they're at Daly's home. Nothing has happened since then. They just say we're waiting on results. I don't know. Absolutely crazy. All right. I want to show you this photo right here. This Nancy Guthrie's book club friend Mary Ann Blevins, seen here in the pink shirt, shared some insight into Nancy Guthrie as a person in the weeks leading up to her disappearance. Mary Ann said she saw Nancy the month prior to her going missing when they gathered for their monthly book club meeting. She said Nancy was, quote, in really good spirits when the group of 8 bookworms saw each other last, end quote. Mary Ann said, quote, we've known each other for many, many years. I met her a long time ago when we first started up the book club. We were in touch a lot. She was a beautiful person, end quote. Mary Ann expressed concern for Nancy's health, noting that, quote, she needs medication and has trouble being mobile, end quote. Mary Ann also said, quote, I don't think she has any enemies, and that's why the whole thing is very scary, end quote. Carlos, Luke, and T are affiliated with a club in Tucson. Really? I've not seen that, Deborah. A lot of people fit this perps described, but they have to have pinged cell towers or captured cameras or something to link the location or similar, or DNA can't go off appearance alone. Absolutely. It's a dark club, if you know what I mean, but will be astounding. Interesting. Here is, you can tell Nancy is, let me show you this a little bit closer. Look how Nancy is here in this photo. She is, you can tell, in much better health here. Look at that. She looks, a lot better there. You know why I think, if you saw our live with Dr. Vanna, she's a psychiatrist or psychologist, I can't remember which one. She would, you can hear Luke in the background in that interview, and I think she just didn't want to deal with Luke later. Yeah, very stylish lady here. So she's in, you can tell, like, she's in better health here versus she was definitely going downhill. This doesn't seem like a terribly too old picture, does it? Maybe, I don't think she's 84 here. She's not 84 here, but she's not sitting so her friends don't see her as fragile. No, she's, she's very sociable person. She did the book clubs, very social life. I wonder if D, provided any of this info to LE. She was in her 70s there. I can see that, yeah. Something happens, generally it's about 78, it changes people. The body mass goes down. All right, y'all. Well, I still didn't get to a lot of things tonight. We'll finish the rest tomorrow. I will also be live tomorrow with our friend Daphne, and we will be talking about Jack and Lily Sullivan case. Make sure you join us for that. It's just getting crazy, the Jack and Lily Sullivan case, and it's not for the good either. But we're going to talk about some things like that. And hey, Pugs, good to see you, baby. I thought one of Nancy Guthrie's friends were on somewhere today. Maybe. I know, JJ. It's bad. It's bad. And just what we learned tonight with the guest on Brian Enton's channel, it's just so bad what she might have went through. I want to show you, we're going to have a chicken party because we got 1,000 thumbs up. This was Pearl today, taking my McChicken. Commercial just for crazy chickens just popped up. They're listening. That's why they listen to our every move. I'm not sure if y'all can hear that or not. Can y'all hear that? You can't hear it? Okay. Hold on, I can do it like this. Here, I'll do this. 1 second. Video. Landscape video. Oh. She's a little stinker. She, oh God, 1 second, guys. Is it under downloads? Hold on, let me do it like this. Apologize, guys. Here we go. Before we do our chicken party, I could not believe she stole my McChicken today. Couldn't believe it. I wanted to eat that McChicken. Look at this. Here we go. Pearl, you stole my McChicken. You stole my McChicken. Pearl. Little butt up there. Pearl, you stole my McChicken. What you're eating? You stole my McChicken. She was back there and her little mouth was like you could just hear it smacking. I was like, you just ate a whipped cream, a pup cup, but it's a monkey cup. Oh my God, the way she came. Yeah, she's a drama. She's such a drama. All right, guys, let's have a chicken party, shall we?
Katie! Christopher! Daniel! Katie! Christopher! Daniel!
Oh. Suck it now. Oh. Suck it now. Oh. Suck it now.
A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit. A bullshit.
Oh Lord, kumbaya.
The following is an actual video of Sheriff Nanos taking a midnight phone call.
Hello? Hello? I said don't disturb you, I'm cleaning a room!
The following is an actual video of Pearl stealing my McChicken today.
Let me see what's going on with this little piece of fruit, baby. Clear my throat. Got a good little ring to it, not tart at all, very sweet. Let me get on up here, baby. I don't need everybody in my mix. See, you don't need to see Big Mama eat her oranges. Go on back the camera up and stop playing with my time before I get active, mold face.
The following is an actual video of me putting on lipstick.
Girl, how I look? Like a damn fool. No, them veneers don't make that look no better. Girl, bye.
Girl, bye.
Get up off me. I said that's enough. Let my gut to the go. You act like you starving, Monquito. Now I said that's enough. You want to bite me? Huh? Okay. That's how I feel. Now get up off me. Got these people recording me act like I don't feed your ass. And look at your damn daddy just sitting there. You need to come get your damn daughter. She get this shit from you. Now let my damn titty go. You didn't eat. Let it go. Because at this rate, I'm not gonna care if Monkey Protective Services come get your ass. Now let them go. You didn't eat and you acting like you starving.
You starving, Monquito.
Okay, we won't listen. We won't listen. Who is that? Oh, I thought I heard something. Now get your... Okay, let me just turn my ass around. Now, didn't I tell you to let my shit go? Now, I'm not about to keep playing with you in front of these people. I'm trying... Okay. Okay. Let me see who looking. Okay, hey.
Stop. You love touching my belly. Oh, you make me feel so sexy and confident. Oh, let me back up so you can look at it. Hi, look, baby. Stop playing. I just fall hot when you do that to me, boy. Come on now. Oh, look at these legs and stuff you got. Oh, I think I want to touch and kiss up on you real quick. What's up? In public. Let's do it right here in public, babe. What's up, boy? Come on, let's do it in public, babe. Stop playing with my time. Come on, boy. Come on, babe. Let's do it in public. Ooh, don't start nothing. Won't be no start, no shoe, won't be no stuff. Come on now, touching my titties and all that. Come on, boy, in public. Ooh, let me take this leg real quick and then. Ooh, where you going? Where you going, babe? Come here. Touch on me. Tease me. Nah, for real. Come on, let's go. What you doing? Baby, come on now. We got to get to the barbecue. Stop playing now. Stop playing with my time. Oh, let me get up here. Oh, look at that butt. Oh, take this shirt off real quick. See, let's go on and get wet out. Let's show them the way, because you know I do what I do when I do it. Come on, babe. Come on. Oh, this shirt is cute. Come on now. And let me tell you something. Why you liking that girl photograph on Instagram? I told you about getting too friendly-handed on Instagram. Stop liking their pictures. Stop liking their pictures. Do you hear me? They don't need you to know you. Stop. Stop liking their pictures playing on my time. Come on, babe. Let's go. I'm hungry now. They waiting on us. I want me a rib sandwich with some little cheese. Boy, get from behind me. See you.
A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit.
Oh my God! Look at Chris.
Joe Daugherty wants to watch the videotape.
Is that Chris?
My dog's name is not Fluffy. My dog's name is Tucker. 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 If you don't hear it, maybe you'll know what it spells.
They can shut their chicken tone, chicken bone, Google Chrome, no home flip phone, disown ice cream cone, garden gnome, student loan, full blown Indiana Jones, overgrown Flintstone, X and Y chromosome, red zone, Sylvester Stallone, AutoZone, professionally seen silver Patron, head the fuck up. Okay.
Hold on. And do. I don't laugh anymore. All right, guys. Thank you all so much for joining me. I really, really do appreciate you. Um, let's hope justice comes for Nancy sooner than later. But it's really been way too long. Way too long. X and Y chromosome. Sylvester Stallone, garden gnome, full blown Indiana Jones. All that stuff. I think Josh from the lab is going live. Go hang out with Josh a little bit. Make sure you tell him the pearls sent you. And hey, Summer, good to see you, babe. Cindy. Yeah, make sure you go hit the thumbs up over there and support Josh. He would love to have you. I don't know if he's talking about Nancy Guthrie tonight or what, but Josh is my brother from another mother. Thank you, Lori. Yeah, go hang out with Josh a little bit. All right, guys, justice for Nancy Guthrie. Let's pray that she's found soon. Thank you all for joining me. Special thanks to mods, members, and chat. Really do appreciate you. Enjoy your life. You only get so many trips around the sun. See you guys, Lord willing, tomorrow. Hopefully, 2 lives tomorrow. Yes, and before you go, when this ends, if you would be so kind and hype the video as soon as this video ends, comment down below, give a smiley face, a hashtag justice for Nancy, hello Justin, I'm glad she ate your McChicken, whatever you want. It all helps. So really appreciate you guys so much. Good night, everyone, and God bless.